Are we good, everyone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kurt, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. We're good.
All right. I'll get on the right thing here. Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 City Commission meeting. To begin with, we will have an executive session. When we return, we will give the public some notes on how the meeting will proceed. But at this time, I will just entertain a motion.
I would move that we recess an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorney regarding the legal basis for department policy pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the County Commission room after the executive session is concluded at approximately 5:32.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Recording stopped. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, and anything we do becomes a rule.
Yeah,
And
totally
that's a problem
expected.
too.
Yeah.
And then people
exactly.
actually challenge us in stuff that we don't have to do. And then you have people like Patricia Sinclair. that
Comment.
just- that's
Okay,
waste.
thank you. We'll move on from public
I
comment
did this wrong.
to approving the minutes of the January 11 meeting.
Here's your
Right.
opportunity to talk.
Right, exactly. No, and I worry about it's almost like it's not just like being civic minded, or what's the word I'm looking for, being, engaged and committed to your community. It's almost obsessive. Do you know what I mean? It's
A lot of
almost like,
narcissism.
yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, and we're just completely vulnerable because of our, and that's what people like that figure out.
Yeah.
Well, they have to listen to me. They
Yeah.
have- I was going to ask you, Justin showed up last week. You talked to him. I saw him go to the bathroom and then he disappeared.
Disappeared. He was actually very kind. He said, "I'm noticing people sign up, and that wasn't ever required before." And I said, "Well, actually, it's not required. We just ask people to sign in because if somebody has a concern and we want to follow up with them, then we have their contact information. But obviously, if somebody doesn't want that, they don't have to." He's like, "But are they signing up for order? Do I need to put my name in?" And I said, "No. Most of the time, people come up to speak, state their name, and sign in." I said, "I'm sure people are signing in because they just don't know, but it doesn't place you in order. People still go in the normal order of the agenda." And he's like, "Okay, well, maybe I'll just pop up here for all these people." And I said, "They aren't here for general comment. The majority of the people in this room are for the first item on the agenda. And so when they call for public comment, it's the first one to the podium
Right.
goes."
Right.
And he was like, "So this is new?" And I said, "No, we always did it prior to, but during the initial stages of COVID, we didn't want to have pins and share."
January
report.
24th to
then
February
recess
23rd. No
again.
public comments on this amendment to our transportation plan were
Recording in progress.
Welcome again, everyone, to the City Commission meeting. We have nothing to report. I don't know that I need a motion to wait the next 15 minutes, but just so that anyone's waiting here watching, this meeting will begin at 5:45. 5:45. Porter, Kurt, are we ready?
We're ready.
Welcome again, everyone, to the Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 City Commission meeting. First, we will begin with some explanation of how we go about things from Porter.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting tonight. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Excuse me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Thank you, Porter. Next, we'll have some explanation about how public comment works from Sherry.
Thank you, Mayor. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered, and we encourage you to use this function to ensure your comments are heard. Please remember to state your name before speaking. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That brings us to approving the agenda. City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do I have any recommendations to change the order or motions to approve?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? That passes 5-0. That moves us to the recognition proclamation. And I believe Marcus Logan is here. Would you like to speak first, or would you like me to read it first and then you come and make your comments? Okay. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration of the ending of slavery dating back to June 19th, 1865, the day on which Union soldiers landed at Galveston, Texas, with news that war had ended and that all slaves were now free, even though President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation 2.5 years earlier. And whereas Juneteenth has become a tradition of celebrations that began following reading of the proclamation by General Gordon Granger in 1865, that has lasted over 150 years, and today is hosted in cities across America, featuring rich traditions, including celebrations in the form of festivals, parades, and oral histories. Also known as Freedom Day, it has continued to be a highly revered event across the country as at a time for honoring one another and the memory of all those who endured slavery, and especially those who moved from slavery to freedom. And whereas Juneteenth allows people of all races, nationalities, and religions in cities across the country to join hands and acknowledge a period in our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. And whereas Juneteenth today celebrates African American freedom while also encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas Lawrence and Douglas County will commemorate Juneteenth with a number of events from June 16th through June 19th, 2022. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Lawrence Juneteenth celebration and call upon all residents, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of our shared history and how it shapes our lives today.
Commissioners. I'm here as a representative of the Lawrence, Kansas Juneteenth organization. My name is Marcus Logan. I've been a member for 5 years, former vice president. And we'd just like to invite everyone here and watching to our celebration this Saturday, June 18th in South Park. We're going to start with a parade at 11 a.m. and then we'll commence at the actual celebration from 12 to 8. It is about a certain culture, but we're inviting all people to come out to have a good time with us. We're in the heart of the city. You can't miss us. We're going to have a great time. So if you can, stop by. We'll be there for about 8 hours, actually about 12 when you include cleanup. But we just appreciate you guys reading the proclamation for us here today. Thank you for inviting us, and we hope you all come out and celebrate with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know I will be there. That brings us now to our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any commissioners who would like to pull something from the consent agenda? None. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to pull something from the consent agenda?
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Mariel Ferredo. I'm with Sanctuary Alliance, Lawrence, Kansas, and I am formally requesting we remove item D6, consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9920 from the consent agenda, and open this item for community discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other items from the,
My name is Michael, Lawrence Accountability. I'd like to pull D as in David 2A alpha.
thank you.
I'm Chris Flowers. I like to pull, I think it's D9A about the Dare Center.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to pull anything? Okay, let's check online. Is there anyone on the Zoom who would like to remove something that has not already been removed?
There are no additional items.
Okay, let's move forward then. Do I have any motions?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the consent agenda with the following exceptions: D2A, D6A, and D9A.
Second. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's 5-0. Let's go then to item D2A.
There we go.
Again, my name is Michael, Lawrence Accountability. The reason I pulled this item is I want to make sure that the commission is fully aware. I know I sent emails to each one of you, but I want to make sure you're fully aware of what occurred Thursday evening. The chief of police admitted at a public meeting that it's common practice for the police department to threaten charges to law-abiding citizens to gain compliance against civil rights. I recorded an officer who didn't like me following him. He even admitted this on film. I was not in the middle of any street. As you looked in the video, if the police had provided, you can see that there was no middle of the street contact. I went from curb to curb on both streets. But the chief sat here and said that not only did that threat occur, but that it's common practice. Now, if we question whether it's common practice, I went ahead and went out on the street and talked to some police officers. I came up with a 50-50 split. It's no wonder that Adam Zarnowick would know that you couldn't do that. I've never seen that man do anything that made me question his commitment to the city or to his profession. And he's taken enough time to know enough that policy at LPD does not cover everything. But at the same time as he knows it, there are other officers, and including a supervisor, that doesn't. You're going to hear a supervisor discussing to me what his thoughts are on threatening charges.
But just small notes. You know, your chief admitted to some federal crimes at the Community Police Review Board meeting this past week. I haven't even watched any of them. You really should. 127:35 is the time marker. All right. He literally admitted that it's a practice, common practice for you guys to use threats of charges to gain compliance. You do realize there's federal codes against that, right? Like, I don't know what you want me to say. I'm visiting with people on the street to make sure you guys are aware that there's federal codes against something that you don't have a policy for. I would have to confirm with some research for myself to get myself more proficient with it. I would please ask that you do that.
Okay, that's a sergeant on the street that needs to do more research to understand civil rights. I don't think it gets any clearer than that, guys, and I won't take any more time.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Discussion? Do we need to look for a motion?
Mayor, we'll need to see if anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this item? Online and Zoom, is there any public comment on this item?
There isn't, Mayor, and since you're just receiving the minutes, you do not need to make a motion. You're not approving the minutes.
Okay. That brings us, I think, to D6. A. Well, let's let the person who pulled it speak first. Sorry, Zach. Yeah.
Hello again, commissioners, and thank you for pulling this agenda item. In early fall of 2019, Sanctuary Alliance agreed to collaborate with Lawrence City staff on behalf of the community to create an ordinance to uplift and protect some of our most vulnerable community members. After over a year of organizing community input and consultation from legal experts on immigration, the ordinance was passed. However, with the recent signing of State Bill HB 2717, protections for community members with differing citizenship statuses have been endangered, and as a result, we are required to review our own ordinance to ensure compliance with state law that will be enacted July 1st. While we do encourage compliance, we dedicate ourselves to putting affected community members first and fighting to guarantee we're doing everything within our power to maintain distance between federal organizations aimed at harming this community. What you have before you today are a series of proposed amendments to both the city ordinance and police policy that we had worked so hard on to create and maintain. We have been invited for a very brief discussion on the intention to make those revisions and have had even less time to review and provide necessary feedback. We are ready to collaborate again with the city to maintain community-focused policies and hope for the space necessary to do this work equitably. As it stands, we cannot in good faith and in the protection of our community as our guide condone these amendments made without community and expert input. So we are asking the following to occur before amendments be presented for a vote. Require a consultation with an immigration policy expert to review our current ordinance, the police policy, HB 2717, and the recommended amendments created by city attorney staff and the Lawrence Police Department. Require continued collaboration with grassroots organization Sanctuary Alliance to craft language and amend only the necessary pieces for both ordinance and police policy. Do not add nor strike language that could result in local law enforcement potentially discriminating against community members, inquiring about citizenship status, or responding to matters that are a civil violation and not under the purview of Lawrence Police Department. Without an intentional review of our current ordinance and the opportunity to craft language that is upholding the protections of our community, we put ourselves in a position to adhering to the fear-mongering and oftentimes xenophobic and racist rhetoric of some of our state legislators. If we attempt to amend this ordinance and police policy in haste, we will mirror the unjust behaviors of the state legislator who, rather than supporting all Kansans, made the rush decision to create a climate of fear and harm. My fellow Sanctuary Alliance members are here today and available both in person on Zoom to provide specific. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, then that brings us to staff.
Hello, commissioners. Let me raise this up.
Just hold it and there you
There
go.
we go. Good evening. I'm Zach Friedel. I'm an assistant city attorney, and I'm going to talk you through the current ordinance, the changes in state law, and the proposed changes in the city ordinance before you. So first of all, the portion of the city code affected is Chapter 1, Article 10 of the city code. That ordinance was created, that code was created in Ordinance 9736, and it's an affirmation by the city that it is an inclusive community that values immigrants and the diversity they bring to the city's cultural fabric, economic growth, and global competitiveness. You heard that this was the result of a lot of hard work. It predates me. I can't claim any credit in it, but it was a collaboration between city staff, Sanctuary Alliance, commissioners, the public, and other interested parties. It was a lot of work. It got passed on September 15th, 2020 by the City Commission on a vote of 5-0. Then came the Kansas legislature on February 22nd of this year. Attorney General Derek Schmidt requested the introduction of House Bill 2717. That bill was specifically in response to a safe and secure, welcoming city ordinance that was passed in Wyandotte County, but it applies to all municipalities in Kansas. The bill had a hearing March 15th in the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs. There were 7 proponents, written and oral, including a representative from the Attorney General's office. There were 66 opponents, including Mayor Shipley for the city, Sanctuary Alliance, the Roland Park Mayor, the Douglas County Sheriff, the Wyandotte and Douglas County District Attorneys, and 2 Douglas County Commissioners. The bill passed the House on a vote of 84-38. On the Senate side, there were 2 proponents, again, one being the Attorney General, and 24 opponents. The bill passed the Senate on a vote of 29-10. The governor approved the bill on April 11th, 2020. So that brings us to what does the bill do and how does it affect Lawrence? Well, Section 2 of the bill states that no municipality will enact an ordinance, resolution, rule, or policy that limits law enforcement officers or other local government employees from sharing information about citizenship or immigration status with federal officials, from sending or receiving such information with the Department of Homeland Security, for obtaining or maintaining such information, or from exchanging that information with other government entities. Section 3 also states that a municipality shall not limit or restrict the enforcement of federal immigration laws. The bill also does a couple things that don't affect the city. Since it was targeted at Wyandotte County, it speaks to IDs that Wyandotte County intended to offer. So as far as enforcement, the bill states that any ordinance, resolution, rule, or policy that violate the provisions of information sharing is null and void. It also states that the Attorney General or county or district attorney may bring an action to compel compliance with the law. And if a court finds that a municipality or other person or entity is violating, is violating, or is about to violate any provision of the bill, the court shall enjoin the municipality, person, or entity to comply with the act. It is important to note that this bill goes into effect on July 1st of this year. With that in mind, you have in front of you Ordinance 9920. This ordinance strikes several provisions of Chapter 1, Article 10, Sections 1003, and 1004. That could be counter to the dictates of House Bill 2717. It does not add any new language. Instead, it strikes provisions that prohibit city employees, including police officers, municipal court employees, and human resources employees from requesting, documenting, or sharing the immigration status of individuals. The Lawrence Police Department has also updated their corresponding policy to comply with House Bill 2717, and I believe representatives of the police department will be able to answer questions about that as well. After review of the House bill and current city ordinance, we believe this is the least amount that can be stricken to comply with the state law. In speaking with Sanctuary Alliance, I understand their request to require consultation with an attorney, continued collaboration, and not add or strike any language about questioning immigration status. I think that city staff would certainly be willing and to continue working with Sanctuary Alliance in any manner that the City Commission directs us to do so. But for the purposes of the ordinance that are here before you today, the goal is to bring the city into compliance with state law first and foremost. I'd be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Are there any questions from commissioners? So just to be clear, we have till July 1st to comply with the state or they will compel compliance, I think is what you said. Regarding any further consultation with specialized attorneys. I'm not aware that we're in a position to do that at this time at the city. But is it possible for community organizations or members to find such counsel in the next month?
Is the question, could they consult with other attorneys and maybe bring those ideas back to us? Absolutely. And we'd be happy to talk with them and collaborate in any way you direct.
Okay. Any other questions from?
I have a question. Throughout the original ordinance, we use a language in there peppered throughout the ordinance about except when except as otherwise required by law. So why wouldn't that cover us in all of these various changes that you're requesting?
That's a good question, and perhaps it would. Perhaps we could say that the ordinance is on the books, the code is on city books, but it is not being enforced, is not being, it's not having any purpose. I think it's our goal as city attorneys to make sure that the city code reflects what is permissible, and it also avoids any potential repercussions from the actions that the bill contemplates, which is an action by the Attorney General or any district or county attorney.
So with that being said, if we were to leave it as is and let the time roll over to July 1, there's nothing as stated in, what is it, section 6? There's nothing that says that the Attorney General or the district attorney could bring that to attention, bring the file and file against us to say that we have language in our ordinance that violates state statute and that piece as well.
Yes, there are kind of two provisions. One, there's the provision that any information sharing prohibition in city policy or ordinance would be null and void. And the second is that the Attorney General or county or district attorney could compel compliance through the courts. And if a court found that we're in violation or about to violate, then they could compel compliance.
Did you say through the district attorney?
Yes, that is another provision that is available in the bill.
So the fact that it's already written, it's already codified in statute that our ordinance is null and void if it has any of this language. So keep maintaining it brings a target, could potentially bring a target on our back that could bring either the Attorney General or even locally our county district attorney could force us to comply.
Correct.
Have we had any conversations, or have they contacted us saying that we have problem with your ordinance as it's written now?
I'm not aware of any such communication. No.
Any other questions? I remind you that we can direct questions to the person who pulled this from consent as well. Okay, let's go ahead and open this to public comment.
Hello, City Commissioners. My name is Lacey Rowe, and I'm a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. I'd like to alert the Commissioners to a few of the most serious concerns within policy changes that we see today. First, I want to point out that undocumented immigration status is a civil violation, not a criminal violation. While the state policy prohibits the restriction of cooperation with ICE, it does not grant local police powers to independently address federal matters that fall beyond their scope of work. The fact still stands that state and local police have no authority to arrest and detain a person for a federal civil violation. Detention or extended holding by local police can constitute a warrantless arrest and a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Notably, Section 1-1004-2A of the City Code does retain this requirement for the police policy to include provisions that prohibit arrest and detention based solely on civil cause. However, the police policy strikes this required provision in Sections 414.3 and 414.8, thus removing that protection from a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Additionally, poor wording within the police policy in section 414.9 offers unclear interpretation on whether to provide public notice if it may interfere with federal activities. However, local police have an obligation to provide public notice for the sake of transparency in their own activities, and there is no reason for this to cause interference with immigration enforcement's ability to enforce federal civil warrants for federal civil violations. Notably, section 1-1042C, the city code requires LPD to provide an alert to the public as soon as possible without violating state or federal law. Research consistently shows that if residents associate their police with immigration enforcement, then the fear of getting deported or losing a loved one can prevent immigrants and people in mixed status families from reporting crimes or coming forward as witnesses. And this not only inhibits the ability of our police to investigate crimes that fall under their jurisdiction, but it also diminishes public safety. Since immigration is a federal responsibility, cities and counties are not required to enforce federal immigration law in any way, and the 10th Amendment guarantees freedom from federal commandeering of local resources. Though the state policy prohibits the restriction of certain actions, the city can still offer guidance on appropriate use of city resources. If we don't assert control over local resources, then we're not only inviting uncertainty about whether our resources are being used efficiently, but we're also exposing ourselves to legal liabilities and risks which are not remedied by existing ICE compliance options. We can still highlight local priorities for the use of limited local resources. We can still ensure that the proper authorities are empowered to do their jobs. We can still do more to uphold human rights, strengthen community trust, and ensure fiscal accountability. With the help of an immigration policy expert and collaboration with the Sanctuary Alliance, the city can offer guidance on prioritizing fiscal accountability and thus the use of local resources for public safety and local responsibilities.
Thank you. Is there further public comment in the room?
Wow. I think she said it all. About the only thing I can add to that, I've been asked my immigration status twice in my life. One time when I joined the military and one time when I came back from Canada. I'm a tall white guy. Does that explain it?
Any further comment in the room, in the audience? Anyone online? Any on the Zoom who would like to make public comment on this item?
Yes, this is Kimball Williams. Sorry, I was echoing for a second. I think it's so important. Lawrence is a very unique community in terms of having two universities here. We're unique in terms of Kansas, even the Midwest to a certain degree. And anytime that we can, as Lacey was saying, really take control of our local resources and what kind of culture are we going to foster here? Is it one of inclusivity? Is it one where people feel safe, where, crime is lower, where all of these benefits that have been researched and evidenced in terms of sanctuary policies. And I think that our previous work together has shown that the city is interested in that. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what everybody comes up with and how we in Sanctuary Alliance can aid the goal that I think the city also has of being as inclusive as we can be while still being compliant with state laws. And I think the spirit of our legislation and our collaboration previously was with that in mind. We did, like Lisa Larson said, have these provisions in place of except as federal law or other law prohibits us. And so I think as long as we continue that the spirit of what we originally set out to do, that we can find something. And I encourage city staff to make the time and for us to meet and to find that together and to learn from our community. COVID may have changed some of what they need and may have even increased our need to be protective and inclusive. And so I would hope that in our process, we're considering that. And I think the last thing that I'll say, because I've got a wiggling baby, is that discrimination absolutely happens. Police officers do inquire about information like this. This is not something that could happen or might happen. It's something that does happen. And so we need to act with that knowledge that this is not a theoretical thing that could be happening, but that it is happening and it does result in harm. And people in my own family have been negatively impacted. So it's not just people with different immigration and citizenship statuses, but I think all people of color in our community as well impacted by policies like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else online or on Zoom who would like to make comment?
I'm not seeing any other hands raised, Mayor.
All right, let's bring that back to the commission then. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think the danger is that the police.
I'm sorry, could you tell us your name?
My name is Joe Taylor. I'm married to Eduardo Rosa Molinar, who is an American citizen from birth, born in Puerto Rico. But that didn't prevent him from being stopped by a police officer and for supposedly taking a curve too quickly off of Highway 10 onto 23rd Street. The police officer asked for his ID. He supplied it, driver's license. He had his KU emblem, pass. And the police officer said, "Do you have any more form of identification to show you're a citizen?" This is a police officer before all of this. This was 4 years ago. So my husband said, "I really don't think you have the right to ask that question." So this is a road I think you need to be careful about going down. Your police officers are already a little zealous about this, and this will give them carte blanche. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last check. Any other public comment in the room or online?
I had one more question for staff, if that's okay with you.
One more person.
Oh, we did. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Maureen Horowitz.
Oh, good.
Hi, my name is Maureen Horowitz, and thank you so much for this discussion and the questions you all have been raising. As everyone said so well, I think we need time to have an immigration policy expert carefully review our ordinance and HB 2717. And we need the city to continue work with Sanctuary Alliance and the community to thoughtfully revise the ordinance. We don't lose necessary protections. We need our ordinance to reflect the reality that legally immigration is a civil matter that should not involve local police. And last, we need the city to work with Sanctuary Alliance to fight for better protections on a state level. I've said it here before, my mother's family was from a Hungarian village. And the way my grandmother and mother told it, in that village, Jews and Christians had lived and worked together for generations. And when the Nazis came, it didn't matter. And every Jew in that village, except for 2, was slaughtered. So I have really strong beliefs that we should not claim any kind of powerlessness in the face of laws that we know are vile. And HB 2717 is a vile bill. It'll destroy people's lives. I think we all know that. We can't say that we're being pragmatic because, after all, there are no good choices. When the stakes are this high, and so much work, time, and love went into passing an ordinance that provides these very basic human protections, failing to take every possible effort to protect people from a terrible state law is collaborating with it. And I really hope we're better than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen. Anyone else? Just last call. All right, Commissioner?
Yeah, I had another question for staff. So I just want to make sure I understand this, right? As I'm the policy, I read through that and the changes, the red line changes. So where we have stricken out some previous language, does that mean we're going to start doing enforcement on that? Just as an example, I'm looking at, let's see, 414.8, about halfway down, it says LPD members will not initiate contact with an individual for the sole purpose of assisting ICE. And the other thing they say is LPD members may not detain, arrest, or transport a person solely based on a civil immigration detainer or administrative warrant. The individual must have a criminal warrant issued by a court or underlying probable cause. So since we're striking that out, does that mean we will initiate contact in assisting ICE, in that we will detain even without a warrant?
Commissioner, this policy change makes no affirmative requirements of police officers or anyone else in the city. This is only striking prohibitions against that action.
Okay. So there's no plan to actually start doing this? Is that that opens it up to be able to do that, though? Is that correct?
It's not prohibited in this policy any longer.
Okay.
Commissioner, excuse me, Major Adam Heffley, Lawrence Police Department, if I may. No, there is no plan to start doing this action. This isn't something we had done prior to the ordinance. It isn't something we will do regardless of the House bill that has been passed. Striking that language is a reaction to language in the House bill that requires us to not have a prohibition in policy of assisting or any of those actions that we've discussed with staff attorneys. But no, this does not change what we value and our desire to work and protect, work with and protect the community that we serve.
Thank you. I have just one more quick question, if you want to answer. I know we talked about the piece of immigration, anything following in regards to immigration law is civil. But if there is a violation of anything that's brought, if a civil law is violated, is that then civil prosecution, or can that become a criminal piece? Can someone be brought? Can someone be, if someone violates an immigration law, or there's a violation, an immigration violation, can they be brought up on criminal charges?
Commissioner, I'm not sure that I fully understand. Criminal charges would only be filed or pursued by the police department if a criminal law was violated.
So, okay.
I would just add a local or state criminal law was violated. Police department doesn't enforce federal law.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to get this somewhere here, and I didn't know if I was getting there. And again, I'm trying to shoot this out of the dark. Only to make a point. I think there's like a little bit of a 50-50 point here that I think there needs to be more look into this. Knowing our political climate, knowing where we are in proximity to why this bill became law. Like I said before, I don't want to put a target on our back. At the same time, I do feel like there are some areas that can be brought, that I think it could take some additional eyes to take a look at, whether it's immigration, some additional eyes to look to see if there's something that we either missed or there's another opportunity for us to maybe either relax this and not make it so confined. I don't know. I'm kind of jumping back and forth about this because I'm just a little too, I don't want to say I'm close to the situation. I just know behaviors, and I don't want us, because of our welcomingness and who we are as a community, for us to be attacked. And I think that's what this boils down to, is that I don't want us to be attacked. Now, I do want there to be more communication, and I would like to see, this be brought up, with an immigration lawyer and come back with some feedback on language or suggested language or recommended language to bring back to the commission for us to review and possibly make changes. There's nothing that says I can't do that. That's the beauty of this process. But I think if we allow ourselves to keep this as is going into the next year, past July 1. I'm terribly worried that this brings a little bit of attention to us that I just don't want us to have, and I don't want it to get in the way of the good work that we have done and what we do for our community. So.
Commissioner, in response to your the idea of maybe having a target on our back, I wanted to provide you a little bit of context that there are 3 communities in Kansas that have this type of ordinance. It's Wyandotte County, it's Roland Park, and it's Lawrence. Wyandotte County made amendments to their ordinance at last week's meeting. Roland Park, I think, is intending to amend their ordinance at next week's meeting. So the other communities are taking action to comply with the state law. It has not passed Roland Park, but it has passed in Kansas City.
Do we know whether or not they've consulted outside counsel, or if city staff worked with an immigration lawyer or someone that has immigration law, that subject matter expertise to look at their policy to provide suggestions, feedback, consultation on it?
I'm sorry, I don't know their process or what they used.
Commissioner.
Question for you, Zach. Technically on the agenda is just the adoption of an amendment, first reading of an adoption of an amendment for the resolution, correct?
Correct.
And we have to have 2 readings, and our last meeting of the month is next week, right? So that's why we have this week and next week to have it in effect by July 1. Is that true?
Correct.
But the police policy, to the extent there's work being done on it anytime before July 1, it could be changed by the police chief. We don't technically, I think last time we voted on it maybe, but under this, we don't have an amendment. We don't have a motion in front of us to vote on the exact language of the policy, of the police policy, do we?
No, there's no motion.
So we still have over 2 weeks to continue to work on that language before July 1. Is that true?
I believe so. You can ask Major Heffley if you have any follow-up questions.
Well, I guess the question for you was, we don't have to take action to change that policy.
Correct.
We, the city commission, don't. So that can be done by the police chief up until then.
Correct.
Again, knowing that the purpose of this is that it's a community conversation, that the police chief doesn't change things without that conversation. But okay, thank you.
In that vein, if we did not want to vote on this at this time, would tabling it be more accurate than voting against it? Sherry? If we did not want to take action at this time and allow time for staff to work with community members, would tabling it be the most accurate?
Wanting to defer the item?
Yeah.
And if that's the direction you want to go, you would want to do that by motion. But again, it wouldn't come back for second reading then until after July 1.
We could table it till next week and then do 2 readings next week, a first and a second reading. Could you do that? Could you?
You have in the past adopted on first and second reading. I don't know if Randy's on to perhaps advise on that.
Randy's also on that.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We have in the past declared an emergency and done first and second readings at the same time when we've had short time to turn around for bond initiatives and various things like that. If the city commission declared an emergency and wanted to do first and second reading next week, I think that would be all right.
Commissioners, discussion?
I think everyone agrees that we want to continue to work on this and make it the least restrictive language we want. We've asked, and staff has presented us what they think is the least restrictive. Others might disagree, and I think we want to look at that to decide that. But either this week or next week, I'd prefer to have a law we think is in compliance by July 1st. And if we amend it on July 5th, because we found something better, we amended on July 13th, or we amended in August, I think we can continue to work on it. But personally, I don't want to have a law go into effect. I mean, I don't want July 1st to come and have an ordinance in place that our staff has said does not comply with state law.
I would agree. I mean, like Commissioner Finkeldie said, it doesn't preclude us from working on it further. But since July 1st is coming up, I would rather us be in compliance. Now, as Randy said, we can do both the first and second reading if we choose to next week and do that then. But that would be our last chance to do it before July 1st.
Unless we held a special meeting. Yeah. Well, after reading through this, I would agree that it would be great to have more work done on this. But I have to admit, I'm very hesitant about not coming into compliance with the state law in the time required. So I would be willing. I mean, I'm more than happy to follow some thought with the commission if they so want to continue to work on this, to have an immigration lawyer look at it if that needs to be, and see what they say about it and whether or not there's some other language we can add that provides the protection that was originally negotiated. And I was in on those meetings with the Sanctuary Alliance folks. So, I would like to see if there's some of this language you can't put back in, because when I read the policy changes, I'm just like, you're saying you're not going to do this. That means you're striking it out. To me, that just means you've opened it up to actually taking away that protection. Yeah. So,
but I would say that to be clear, I don't think lots of the questions you ask about, as well as Lacey's good points, are in the policy, and we would have the same limitation on the policy of 2 readings and so forth. So we can direct staff to continue to work on that up until July 1st.
Yeah,
and do the best best they can on July 1st and continue to work after July 1st. But we have more time on that. I think we direct staff not only to continue to work on the ordinance, but also direct staff to continue to work with Sanctuary Alliance on the policy.
Yeah,
and have the best policy in place that they can on July 1st.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Typically, I didn't think we actually voted on policy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. We don't vote on that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So we don't have that limitation.
Yeah. Right. So, and I'm fine with that.
I want to be clear about the direction we're giving staff is to work with Sanctuary Alliance and the public till the end of the month.
Now
policy
to bring us a second, because we're asking staff to come to work with Sanctuary Alliance. I'm sorry, not enough coffee. We're asking staff to work with Sanctuary Alliance to bring back something for us to do on a first to declare an emergency next week and approve this ordinance on first and second reading. So we're giving them a week timeline to bring us back something other than what they've provided us this evening.
Or, if we needed to call an emergency meeting just for this, I would rather get it done next week if we can, all possible.
Well, again,
I'll file an emergency meeting and make it worth my while. I'm going to add some more stuff to the agenda.
Well, I guess I want to make it clear that the direction would not necessarily, to the extent Sanctuary Alliance or others, we might make recommendations by next week, but it might take us a month. It might take us 2 months. I don't want to limit the direction to say, do the best you can in a month and then forget it. I think we want the direction to be that they work on the ordinance, they work with the police, and, everyone works together to be in compliance with state law in the best way we can, that we all have the same goal in mind. And if that, if that brings us something back before July 1, great. If it's on July 5th, great. If it's on July 13th, great. If it's September, it's great.
That's fine.
But the sooner the better.
Say something as an organization.
Sure.
Thank you.
First, can we just say the actual consequences that are outlined in HB 2717 is that if we are not compliant, we will be put in a review to be compliant. So we are preemptively doing the work of the Attorney General by doing this. So that is our issue here about this not January, July 1st deadline, is if we are found to be in non-compliance, which means they have to bring it to us and say we are non-compliant, then they have to do a review. Other than that, there are no other penalties at this time. There's no fines, there's no legal action that is outlined in that bill. So we are being reactionary by doing this and striking language before we have an opportunity to get a review, and asking us to get a review in a week by a legal expert to look at the state bill, our current ordinance, police policy, and the revisions is an impossible ask. We are volunteers. We are unpaid here because this affects our community. This literally affects me and my family. That's a pretty big ask from the commission, rather than saying, let's do some good work on this, see what we need to revise, if anything. And if we fall out of compliance, the Attorney General can then do what they need to do and call us to be in compliance. That is the accountability measure that the state has put in. So I'm just confused as to why we are in such a rush when the consequence is a review of the ordinance in the first place.
I can respond to my thought, which is our oath of office says we're going to follow the state, federal laws. And if we have our attorneys telling us we have a law that violates the state, and maybe your position is that there's nothing in this ordinance that violates the state law. Maybe that's your position, that not one word needs to be changed. But we're being told the law violates state law. So my concern is that I can't knowingly, have a law that violates. We can't have something on the books that violates state law.
And we're saying
try to accomplish that.
We are working towards that, but to rush this process and just strike language.
Is it your legal, do you have a legal opinion besides to contradict our attorney's legal opinion?
Yes, we've been working on this and have the legal expertise and the lived experience to tell you this. And we are also offering to provide an attorney to look at this. You are not providing that. We are. So can we please have the time to actually get somebody to review this and give them the space of more than a week, because we are being reactionary to a state law?
So Maria, what would that time be? Because one, neither was I suggesting that a week would be adequate. What I was suggesting as a week is because if we're talking about providing an emergency action, that only gives us a week if we're trying to be in compliance by July 1. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood, that that was I saying that it needs to be a week. It was if we're wanting this to be done by July 1, and we were wanting to call an emergency and vote on this by first and second reading, that would only give us a week, which does hamstring us.
Right.
With that being said, since it does sound like that you've done you've done the research, you've been in consult, and now it's just a matter of bringing the two together. If that was to happen, and this would come back before the commission, how much time are you saying you need in order for this to happen?
I would at least like a month to look through this, to work with city staff. It took us over a year to get this ordinance done. It's only been 114 days since this bill was proposed at the state legislature, and it was pushed through in an unjust way. And those are things that we're not placing blame on city staff or anybody other than state legislator, but we do need the time to do this in a way that will be effective and not take away questionable provisions. We've already put a lot of what has been stricken in the police policy that's violating the city ordinance. So there are already inconsistencies in what is stricken here. And I think we just are asking for a thorough review of this. And if July 1 rolls around and we're not ready, I'm asking the city of Lawrence to maybe take that risk and be non-compliant until we can do this right. And if the consequence right now is that the Attorney General may ask to review the ordinance, and we're already working to modify that ordinance, then on a personal level, I'm willing to take a risk like that. That doesn't sound like it's harming anyone. And to speak to the target on our back, immigrants have targets on their back every day. It's a risk we're willing to take.
Again, I want to be clear about the direction we're giving staff right now.
Ask staff one question, please. Zach, could you comment on that discussion back and forth here, especially the part about what the state attorney general has indicated is that it would go into a review process, and that's only after they've found that it's in non-compliance. Could you talk about that a little bit?
So I'll direct you to the bill. It's easiest to go with plain language of the bill. This is in Section 6 of House Bill 2717. The Attorney General or county or district attorney may bring an action to compel compliance with Sections 2 through 5. That's the relevant portions we've been talking about. And amendments thereto, if a court finds that a municipality or any other person or entity is violating, or is about to violate any provision of this act, the court shall enjoin the municipality, person, or entity to comply with the act. So the Attorney General can bring an action to compel compliance. The court determines if if the municipality, person, or entity is in violation, and then compels compliance.
Thank you. And compelling compliance could mean based on until the court deems that our ordinances suffice with in adhering to state statute.
Correct.
Is this a situation where if we were to pass this, that we could continue to look at the ordinance and make changes to it going forward? If, do the research on it from an immigration attorney standpoint, and then make those changes that we deem are appropriate in order to make sure we stay in compliance.
Absolutely. And that's our stance, is that we want to get the basics, the minimum to get in compliance. And we're always willing to work with other interested parties to make any changes to the ordinance in the future.
So you would be willing to work with the immigration attorney they were talking about, Sanctuary Alliance was talking about earlier?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
At the commission's direction, we'll work with anybody.
To me, this is just a matter of, do we want this done before July 1st, or are we willing to take the chance and wait till afterwards and give staff and Sanctuary Alliance the time to do it? There is no stop time unless reviewing ordinance. Ordinances are reviewed at any time. That's why we have the ability to do that. If we can bring it as commissioners, staff can bring it, commissions can bring it, boards can bring it, the community can bring it. The question at hand tonight is, are we wanting to put something in play before July 1st? Or are we willing to give staff and the community time to review this and have it come back to us at another time?
No. So can we all agree to some kind of timeline so that we can give these parties time to speak to each other?
I would say July 5th.
Is that will of commission? I mean, is that what folks are?
I think we're discussing it. So
yeah.
It's either next week or July 5th or July 12th, August 18th.
That'd be 3 weeks. I would be fine with that.
What does the calendar look like? I just will go on the record saying maximum amount of time that I can convince my other commissioners to give them. It, understanding that we're also talking about our legal counsel, communicating with other legal counsel, which in theory may be pro bono. We're not sure about that. And that time may not go as swiftly as Ms. Ferrero has indicated, especially with work being done for free. So commissioners, how much time can I get out of you?
Indicated.
Okay.
Fine.
I would be, yeah, it's, I mean, with Vice Mayor Larson mentioning a special meeting on the 28th, that is what I can move to. But I'm just really, I would really rather us get in compliance before July 1st.
Commissioner Finkelstein?
I mean, I agree. I want to be in as best of, compliance in the least restrictive way possible by July 1st, and then continue to work on it to make it the best we can thereafter. And I agree, 3 weeks is not very long. 2 weeks is not very long, and 1 week is certainly not very long to make the best bill possible. No matter what we do, I hope the work doesn't stop whenever we do it, because I think there's more work to be done.
So I hear consensus. Staff, are you understanding our direction?
Do we need a motion to defer?
Well, we can either table, or I guess we can defer.
Did we have consensus on? I didn't think we, because I heard July 1st, then I heard July 5th. So I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Well, if my only options are those, I will always go for the most amount of time, July 5th.
I never heard July 1st. I said July 5th, and I think someone said June.
Yeah, I said
about a special meeting. So we're giving staff a whole lot here. Either we're having a special meeting and we're coming back on the 28th to vote on this, or we're deferring this to a special meeting on the 28th, or we're deferring this to the July 5th meeting. I'm ready to make a motion for July 5th. So if someone wants to cut me off, better speak.
So I said June 28th, but I could do July 1st. I just want us to be in compliance.
So we're having a special meeting on July 1st.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter to me anytime before then. So it could be the 28th, which would probably be more amenable to people, considering the 4th of July is a holiday. So.
But as I'm thinking about it, I do agree with Finkeldie that the idea that we're going to push this through in a couple of weeks, if everybody wants to do it before July 1st, or if that's the idea, how good of a product are we going to have? So I am concerned at thinking about it a little bit more about whether or not the product is going to be better. There's going to be plenty of time to really digest it.
Well, maybe by way of compromise, let's say if we wanted to get extra time, let's say through July to August, just a reminder that the way it is written, we cannot violate federal or state law. And in the course of a month, the idea that we would violate state or federal law is unlikely to me. It is written that we cannot violate state or federal law, is it not?
Would you take an oath?
So a little time for discussion. 1 month isn't the hardest ask I've made. Well, obviously the intention of the work is there.
So
okay.
Someone trying to put a motion together that staff will come back on July 12th. And they will work with Sanctuary Alliance to review the recommended amendments to Chapter 1, Article 10, Section.
Yeah.
What are we?
Yeah.
I can't make the motion because I don't know what the motion is.
Yeah. Again, as I continue to think about this and process it out loud, unfortunately, for you all, I do have concerns about missing that July 1st deadline. And the idea that if we can go ahead and get something done that our legal staff can support, but continue to work on the document and give a deadline as to when that needs to come back at that point.
I don't think anyone's saying that we can't continue to work on it. And I hope that's not being insinuated, because it's not by me. So it doesn't make a difference if we make a decision on this tonight, tomorrow, the 28th, the 5th. Whatever we vote on, we're just voting on. Someone can come back the following week and bring it back to the commission for us to review it. And it's up to the commission to vote whether or not we want to continue to review it. So that's not on the table tonight. What's on the table is, when do we want this to come back in front of us to vote on it? Is it tonight? Is it the 21st? Is it the 28th as a special meeting? Is it the 5th? So all the things about July 1, that's moot as it relates to whether or not, when do we want this to come back in front of us, and give direct staff enough time to do what it is that they need to do to work with community partners to bring back something.
Zach has one last comment, and then I hope one of us has a motion.
Commissioner, Mayor, I just wanted to note that your comment of violating law between July 1 and whenever the bill passes, with the ordinance in city code right now on July 1, that would be a violation of House Bill 2717, the way it's written right now.
Thank you, Zach. I'm entertaining motions.
I move that we defer adopting ordinance number 9920 to July 5th and direct staff to work with community partners to review, with an immigration lawyer, to review the language of Chapter 1, Article 10, Sections 1-1003 and 1-1004 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, 2018 edition, and amendments thereto, and to bring those recommendations back to us at that time.
Second. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
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 That does not pass. I'm entertaining another motion.
I move that we defer adopting ordinance number 9920 to a special meeting on June 28th. And we direct staff to work with community partners and an immigration lawyer to review the amended, to review Chapter 1, Article 10, Section 1-1003 and 1-1004 of the Code of the City of Lawrence into 2018 edition, and to bring those recommendations back to us for vote, for consideration. Sorry.
I have a first.
Second.
A first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
That passes 4-1.
Okay.
All right. We are still on consent, I believe.
Yep.
This was pulled by Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I had pulled the one about the SUP for the DARE Center, because I think the city should be giving the DARE Center 10 years instead of 5 years for the time the SUP is good for. And I say this because last fall there was a business that serves wine and is classified as a bar and lounge. And the city staff recommended it get 10 years for its SUP, and you all were going to vote for it in the consent agenda. None of you all pulled it from consent. So that means y'all were ready to vote yes for it, but the only some citizen pulled it, and in the end it got 6 years instead. And 6 years is still more than 5. And my problem is that it just seems crazy that a nonprofit that exists solely for the purpose of helping the community, that they're the ones the city's gonna hold the higher standards to, like they're the ones more likely to mess up the neighborhood than a business that's just exists just to make money. So let's see. And also, I mean, the DARE Center, it's doing work that the city refuses to spend money on. I mean, it's helping us. And I just don't understand, because when it first came up for its SUP, there were citizens complaining that, oh, it's going to be a center for drunkenness. Yet a business classified as a bar and lounge, the staff recommends it gets 10 years. I mean, really, which business is more likely to be a center for drunkenness? The one serving alcohol or the one that's not serving alcohol? So, and here's the thing. This next summer, some of y'all might be campaigning again. And I don't know if I'm going to run again, but if I do, and if any of y'all vote for 5 years instead of 10, I will be bringing that up, because my understanding is that people kind of care about homelessness as an issue around here. I mean, last summer it did. And if you're going to be on like at a forum saying, you know, that you support homeless and all that, I'll be bringing up, then why did you only give 5 years instead of 10 years when you're willing to give like a business classified as a bar and a lounge at 10 years? And I'm pretty sure DARE would like it, because they requested it from the Planning Commission that they get 10 years, because it costs more money, because if you do it 5 years, then they're spending twice as much in the span of 10 years on costs to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Questions for staff?
I have a question for staff. Luke, what does the code say on the length of the SUP, and what was the application? Was the application for 10 years?
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, Planner of Planning Development Services. The applicant did ask for 10 years. The code allows staff to make a time length recommendation, and the commissioners to agree or disagree with that. The code allows for no time limit to be on a special use permit. Staff landed on 5 years and had notified the applicant of this for two main reasons. The first being because of the pandemic and because in-person meetings were difficult. Some of the original conditions on the original special use permit were not met during the first 3 years. And so staff wanted to see that those conditions be met in a provisional period before considering a longer time period or no time period. The second item of consideration was for our temporary shelter use, the code has a standard where every 5 years, the management plan is reviewed by staff and the city commission. And so we thought that because that had a 5-year component as well, it aligned nicely for this renewal of the DARE Center special use permit. In 5 years, when this is up, I think staff would be, again, ready and willing to consider making a recommendation on a 10-year time period, or whatever the applicant may be interested in that time.
Mayor, can I just point out, since this item was pulled, there is a note in the item that you commissioners will need to disclose ex parte communications.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I have no ex parte communications. Any other commissioners?
No ex parte communications.
I have none.
No, I have none.
I have none.
Thank you, Sherry. Commissioners, any further questions for staff? This is now open for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who has public comment on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to mention that it is a big matter for all of us as inclusivity. Let's bring us all together, and the homeless is a part of that inclusivity. It's wrong to take it away from us. I am one of those. I hate to say that because it's a harsh thing to have, but it is true. And there are us out there, and I vote you guys into office. I deserve the right to have you consider my needs, and those are my needs. They meet my needs. They've helped me many times. I have currently lost my place because of the floods. They have helped me get back. You take that away from me, I'm homeless, even worse. I don't have a tent to stay in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online on Zoom on this item?
I do not see any public comment on Zoom, Mayor.
All right, great. Let's bring it back to the commission. Any discussion or motions?
Given the comments by staff as the reasoning for the 5 years, I'm fine with that. So I'll make a motion, I guess. No more comments. I move to approve a special use permit SUP 22-00055 to renew the previously approved special use permit for a temporary shelter use dare center located at 944 Kentucky Street, based on the findings presented and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 9917.
I have a first. Is there a second?
I second.
I have a first and second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. That brings us to general public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items and issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any public comment?
My name is Dr. Justin Spees, and I'm running as a Republican for Douglas County Commissioner in District 1, and the seat is currently held by Democrat Patrick Kelly. Patrick Kelly is a USD 497 school district administrator, and he makes $122,813 a year, and that is an increase from his 2020 salary of $109,938. The school district continues to be in a massive budget crisis right now that has led to an increase in teacher and staff resignations. At last night's school board meeting, the board declined to go any higher than their most recent proposed teacher salary raise of 1.8%. I wonder if Patrick Kelly's astronomical salary has anything to do with that. Pry. Another current Douglas County Commissioner, Dr. Shannon Portillo, just announced she's leaving her elected seat on the commission less than 18 months into her 4-year term for a more prestigious job in academia. Shannon doesn't have kids, but sat up on her almighty throne and dictated to all parents in Douglas County to mask their kids at all times, starting at 2 years old. She played politics with our lives to advance her career in academia. All these liberal Dems are the same. Again, my name is Dr. Justin Spees, and if you want to learn more about me and what I stand for and why I stand for it, then I encourage you to check out the Kansas Constitutional online newsletter founded and written by Ian Brannon. He did a fair and truthful article, what used to be known as journalism, about me last week. Also, if you can, support his work with a paid subscription. I stand on the corner of 6th and Castle most afternoons campaigning with my sign. When I'm out there, I hear from a lot of people in town. The other day, a local business owner told me he can barely keep his business open due to the $30,000 in annual property taxes he has to pay, and how he has to explain to his customers why his service has gone from $40 to $70 in order to keep his business open and pay these taxes. I think about that a lot. I suspect that the tax money collected goes straight to ineffective, inefficient, and wasteful local social justice programs that don't accomplish what they intend. Why are these local social justice programs ineffective, inefficient, and wasteful? Well, it's because the people who implement these policies, these leaders here and those on the county commission, are only doing it to generate money to support an entire local industry of people, bureaucrats, virtue signalers, social justice warriors, commies, all their friends who run the local social justice programs. It makes them feel good at the expense of the taxpayer who can barely keep his business afloat because of astronomical taxes. The Douglas County Libertarian Party endorsed Liberal Democrat Shannon Portillo during her 2020 campaign and still do today. So does Steve Jacob, who's currently running for Douglas County Commissioner as a Libertarian candidate. He gives his full support to her on Twitter. Steve Jacob supports a Liberal Democrat politician who takes money from hardworking Douglas County residents and gives it to wasteful social justice programs. Steve Jacob supports a local Democrat who voted repeatedly to take your parental rights away by mandating that your child as young as 2 years old has to wear a mask. Don't make no sense to me. Steve Jacob and the Libertarian Party around here, do you even know what it means to be libertarian? Just like most rhinos around here, you all are just liberals in disguise and more than likely are communists in disguise. Don't forget to vote yes on August 2nd to keep baby murder illegal because, well, it's baby murder and therefore it's wrong. Don't get any simpler than that.
Is there any further public comment?
Michael again, Lawrence Accountability. You guys are talking about the Sanctuary Alliance issues just a little bit ago. I want to point out something, how bad we need the Community Police Review Board. I made 4 demands: body cams recording, Community Police Review Board, citizens able to inquire about complaints that they know about. If you're going to give that much discretion to officers, why don't you give it to the AG? Said the AG may. And the reality is this is really no different than a Cora situation, which this city would willfully just flagrantly violate all day long, because all that'll happen is just an enforcement action. That's all that's going to happen here. So I don't understand the rush. We could literally drag this out for a couple months because it's going to take the AG a while to file that enforcement action. And by then you guys could come in and codify a policy and move forward and everybody's happy, because that's what would happen. I find it offensive that a city attorney would come up here and can't answer a simple question. Can you be charged criminally for a civil violation? How difficult is that, Brad? You're an attorney. That's not a tough question. But he obfuscates about it because he doesn't want to answer that, because he wants the target on your back so that you'll act the way he wants you to. That's wrong. That was literally a city staff member up here coercing you guys. Does it run that thickly through the city that the staff coerces you, the police coerce us, everybody's coercing everybody, so we just go along to get along? So far in my experiences in this town, there's been one person that has handled a complaint properly, promptly, correctly, and without any favoritism. And he's sitting right in front of you. I had a pretty severe issue at the beginning of the CPRB meeting last week with Dave over here. Porter handled that. Dave's not famous because of Porter. I don't put these videos out to make money. I don't put these videos out to embarrass people. I put these videos out to call you out. And if I need to call you out, I'll call you out. I'm going to be submitting a Cora request for some of this man's communications, because the way he's putting you guys in a position with a target on your back when all it is compliance, it's literally nothing more than a Cora, guys. Pay attention to what they're doing. Have a good night.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I just wanted to mention about the whole community police review board stuff that's going on. You all are letting the police have too much involvement in that, and I just think you all should be thinking at this point is how can we get the police to go along with what we want? And when I say that, I mean, like, what can you offer the police that they'll be willing to wear body cams like 24/7 and be actually willing to have that footage be reviewed by an independent board and not just themselves? And I mean, you keep including the police in the process, but they're the ones that are going to be hindering the process. So I just think you should not be including them, but then be figuring out how are you going to appease them to get them to go along with what we want? Like, maybe not drug testing them. Like, can you let them like smoke or chew tobacco while on the clock? I mean, think of like outside the box stuff that police might like. And then also I want to mention, I saw on a community scanner that some woman was called, like someone called the police or called, I guess, dispatch to report a woman topless walking her dog. And I think it's back in 2000, I guess 2020, I guess it's been a couple of years ago, I went to Human Relations Commission with a couple of ordinances, and one of them was the topless ordinance. And then that was right before the city gate stuff. And I guess it was put off, you know, like let's put it on hold till Citygate looks at it, and Citygate never looked at it. So I was just thinking maybe it's time to start looking at those ordinances that got put on hold with the whole Citygate thing, because I think it's kind of ridiculous that we're going to consider women topless to be obscene. It's just a human body. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Let's see if there's any public comment online on Zoom.
There's no public comment.
Okay, good. We have actually been at this since 5 o'clock. I want to make sure my fellow commissioners don't want to break. I'm not seeing any heads. Good. Let's carry on with the work session. Our first item, the work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Our first item is to receive strategic plan update from the Connected City Outcome Team.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Can everyone hear me okay? This is Trevor Flynn. I'm the Assistant Director for Municipal Services and Operations Department, and I'll be providing the update tonight. Porter, I will begin to share my screen.
Go ahead.
Okay, is everyone seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is our first update since Melinda and Angela provided the initial Connected City presentation. So I'll kind of just skip through our outcome statement, as well as what I'm focusing on tonight is our performance indicators. This is our 14 indicators for the Connected City Outcome Team. And tonight I'm focusing on the months per year the city is in compliance with minimum wastewater and water discharge standards, and the percent of goals met for reliability of water and wastewater, which is our CC3 and CC4 indicators. First, I'll start with an overview of our drinking water system. We have 2 plants with 2 different sources of water. This is a tremendous benefit to our community. Our CAW treatment plant was originally built in 1916 and it was expanded in 1954. It averages 14 million gallons per day of production, and it has a capacity of 16 million gallons a day. The source water is the Kansas River and 6 alluvial wells adjacent to the river. This plant recently won a Best Tasting Water Award in Kansas in 2019. Our second plant, which is our newest plant, is 40 years old. This is the Clinton Water Treatment Plant. It was built in conjunction with the Clinton Reservoir. Clinton reached multi-purpose level in 1980. The plant went online in 1982, and this plant averages 6.3 million gallons per day of production with a 25 MGD capacity. By this name, the source water is Clinton Lake. The city also has 10.3 million gallons a day of storage most of the storage is captured in our 6 tower locations, which includes the Harper Tower, 19th and Castle Tower. There's twin towers at Oried, which is the North and South Tower, as well as the West 6th Street near Castle Tower, Stratford Tower, and Stone Ridge Tower. Both plants also have additional storage at the plants in reservoirs and clear wells. The distribution system includes 343 miles of water distribution lines, 117 miles of water transmission mains, and 34,000 water meters in 3,600 plus fire hydrants. On the wastewater side, it's regulated through our national pollutant discharge elimination permits. In addition, so the city has 7 permits that are, and these are permitted discharge. We have our Kansas River wastewater treatment plant, which is permitted discharge of the Kansas River. We have our Wakarusa wastewater plant, which is permitted discharge of the Wakarusa River. Clinton water treatment and the Kaw water treatment both have discharge permits, with Clinton discharge into Yankee Tank Creek and the Kaw to the Kansas River. Eagle Bend also holds a MPDS permit for a non-discharging lagoon. We also have our city permit for our city stormwater. That's our municipal separate storm sewer system, MS4 permit for wet weather. We are responsible for our water quality within our jurisdiction and what leaves it. The final permit the city holds is the farmland permit, which has a permit to discharge to the Kansas River as well. On the wastewater side, our collection system includes 465 miles of wastewater mains. We have 34 lift stations that can store, we can store 15 million gallons per day at the plants with storm basins, as well as one of our pump stations. The Kansas River wastewater treatment plant averages about 8 million gallons per day on average for treatment, but we do have a peak design flow of 65 million gallons per day. The Wakarusa plant averages about 2 million gallons per day for treatment, and it has a peak design flow of 5 million gallons per day. If you notice, those averages for water treatment produced and distributed, and those averages for wastewater treatment are very similar on the average. Very important part evaluating our compliance and data is our laboratory services. The data is critical to ensuring we are meeting compliance with our permits and to meet our operational reliability goals for water and wastewater. The city has a full service accredited laboratory to analyze water quality samples for compliance of drinking water and treated wastewater. Our water quality laboratory staff additionally collects many of the samples they analyze. In 2021, there was almost 7,000 samples collected, with close to 14,000 analyses performed in the laboratory. The cost to run these samples at a private lab, if we didn't perform this in-house, would approach $600,000, and that would not include the hours of sample collection. The city employs 5 full-time water quality lab technicians to perform these critical functions. The city utilizes industrial automation systems and instrumentation to collect and monitor lots of data in real time within the conveyance and treatment systems. We currently capture 120,000 input-output data points from our system, and then we historize approximately 7,000 individual data points for the water treatment side and about 7,500 data points on the wastewater side. These automation data points include flow, pressure, water levels, valve positions, instrumentation readings, and alarm and status inputs. All the historized data is recorded and organized in real time and historic trends. We also utilize this data to process calculations for operations, regulatory reporting, and inventory tracking. This brings us to, after that background, brings us to CC3, so our months per year that we're in compliance with our water and wastewater discharge standards. All this compliance data collected and analyzed by the lab as a regulatory requirement, either through drinking water regulations or through the permits on our wastewater plants, is the basis for the performance of this indicator. Start with the water side. The data evaluated is associated with the Safe Drinking Water Act and drinking water regulations. The city looks at many parameters to assess compliance, including 100 samples per month for coliform. We sample for atrazine. We do fluoride, full pesticide scans, inorganics, full scans there, lead and copper, nitrate, and then full scans of volatile organics. The city generally samples much more frequently than required to assess water quality, reliability, and performance, including daily testing for taste and odor and toxin testing related algae blooms. The Consumer Confidence Report details what detections the city detected in the system tap and if there were any violations. There were no drinking water violations in 2021. The consumer confidence report is sent annually in the utility bill to our customers. It provides a brief summary of our sources of our drinking water, a description of the treatment and water contaminant sources, taste and odor, common attributes, and it lists the table of the water quality data and lists all the drinking water contaminants which were detected the previous calendar year. The presence of any of these does not indicate they necessarily pose a health risk. On the wastewater side, compliance with wastewater is determined by our MPDS permits that I mentioned previously through the Clean Water Act. As I mentioned, the city has 7 permits, but 5 of those have monitoring permit requirements, and 4 of these contain permit limits. Our 2 wastewater treatment plants have the majority of the permit requirements. There's 21 parameters identified in each of the wastewater treatment plants permits that have monitoring requirements or permit limits. If we miss any one of these, the plant could be out of compliance for the entire month. We achieved compliance in 11 out of 12 months in both 2019 and 2020, improving to all 12 months in 2021. 2019 was an ammonia violation at the Wakarusa due to an upset after a complete power loss due to the tornado that wiped out both power feeds to the plant. In 2020, it was an E. coli bacteria violation due to wet weather running excess flow. Key permit limits that impact us are associated with nutrients, total phosphorus, and total nitrogen. Permit limits are derived from water quality standards and impairments on the receiving stream. The Wakarusa plant is a new plant and was issued stringent permit limits based on the latest treatment technologies to ensure there's no degradation of the Wakarusa River. The new permit for the Kansas River wastewater treatment plant has permit limits for nutrients similar to the Wakarusa plant. The Kansas River wastewater treatment plant has to reduce nutrients to the effluent flows to the Kansas River. The plant currently discharges about 380 pounds per day of total phosphorus. The facility must reduce to an assigned permitted allocation of 104 pounds per day of total phosphorus by the end of this current permit cycle, which ends in 2024. The current treatment process at the Kansas River wastewater treatment plant requires a major plant upgrade to meet these new permit limits. Effluent nutrient reductions are not just applicable to us, but other municipalities that discharge of the Kansas River are additionally spending hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure collectively to meet their assigned nutrient permit limits. The city has been aware that these limits be incorporated into our permit. We've been planning for several years to get ahead of this, with the major upgrade project being part of our recent CIP. The current permit details an aggressive and unattainable construction schedule in today's market. The city has been in discussions with KDHE to negotiate a reasonable timeframe to complete this challenging project. This construction will take place while the plant remains in operation. The project is scheduled to be completed in about 2025, and more information on this project will be provided to the Commission in the coming weeks. I believe Leah has a presentation to some degree next week on that. So strategies for our CC3 is asset management for treatment operations, plants, lift stations, towers, convenience, and distributions. The plants must perform as designed in order to meet compliance. Another key strategy is to follow the implementation schedule for our infrastructure improvement identified in the city's integrated plan to achieve clean water and human health goals by addressing aging infrastructure, climate change, and competing priorities for funding. The framework for integrated plan was designed by EPA to help municipalities select affordable approaches for sequencing clean water infrastructure investment needs while achieving water quality goals. These plans benefit water quality and provide cost-saving opportunities beyond what a singular improvement project could achieve. We know what we need to do in regards to improvements or new regulatory mandates. The integrated plan is a tool we use to tell the regulators how we are going to get there while balancing priorities and affordability. This puts us in control of sequencing our projects and is better for our ratepayers. The city's integrated plan documents a mutual understanding between the city and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment regarding the implementation schedule for infrastructure improvements, enhancements, and expansion. The integrated plan currently incorporates the wastewater and stormwater permits for the city's 2 wastewater treatment plants and our MS4 stormwater permit. Significant updates to the plan are anticipated once the farmland project has a clear path and coordination, with updates associated with what we learned from the Southwest Conveyance Corridor Study and Modeling Project, which will identify improvement needs as we grow west. The more we grow west, the further we have to get our wastewater to the east side of town. Asset management and integrated plans together will help us evaluate what we must do, want to do, and where we would like to be, as Darren mentioned in one of his recent, when he discussed asset management a few weeks ago. On CC4, our goals are associated with water main leaks, water service disruptions per 1,000 accounts, water loss, wastewater collection service disruptions, sanitary sewer overflows, and hydrant flow. Unplanned disruption of water treatment process that reduces capacity, proportion of our completion of our water treatment preventative maintenance, percent of water quality targets met by water treatment, percent of water quality targets met by wastewater treatment, unplanned disruption of wastewater treatment, and the number of wet weather events and incidences. These all help us evaluate our reliability. There's lots of data and work behind each of these goals. As an example, goals for the percent of water quality targets met by water treatment for reliability are set based on operational or lab data that is used to evaluate targets or key performance indicators used for the treatment and delivery of high quality drinking water to our community. There are 14 critical parameters that we track for water treatment reliability, with over 140,000 data points read each year to assess our treatment performance. Both plants, our Colin and Clinton water treatment plant, are both meeting goals for 92%. We also track the unplanned disruptions, which include power losses, equipment failures, emergency repairs, taste and odor events, and the daily flows of both process to design to assess the reliability of our capacity. Despite aging infrastructure, the city continues to excel with critical functions associated with water and wastewater treatment, as demonstrated with achievement of National Peak Performance Awards for a National Association membership with the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. Addressing aging infrastructure to meet reliability and regulatory expectations, all while being subject to new regulatory mandates like new permit requirements or the new lead and copper rule, will be challenging, expensive, and require thoughtful planning to develop successful strategies moving forward. As part of our environmental sustainability commitment, we consider the environmental consequences and impact of our decisions. As a water and wastewater utility, we are in the sustainability business. We must treat and deliver safe drinking water while maintaining capacity to accommodate future growth and protect our sources of water for future generations. We understand the importance of improving water quality and the importance to treat wastewater to minimize our community's footprint in the Kansas and Wakarusa rivers. Achieving high levels of treatment requires energy. Our treatment plants are the largest consumers of energy of any of our city facilities. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. With Kansas River Wastewater Treatment Plant being the largest consumer, which has a budget of over $800,000 for electricity per year. How can our sustainability dollars make the biggest impact on these facilities while recognizing the bigger picture of how these facilities' performance is related to our ability to reduce our impact on our water resources? Our treatment plants are an important driver for our commitment to efficient and effective processes. Our continuous effort to improve our sources of water is also related to our desire to reduce chemical costs. Dollars spent in the watershed can improve water quality and reduce our utilization on expensive chemicals. We must constantly deliver reliable services at all times. Common challenges are associated with climate, wet weather events, and drought. For example, our wastewater plants should only be treating wastewater, which is generally predicted by how much water we deliver. However, as an example, during a recent wet weather event at the end of May, we distributed less than 8 million gallons per day of treated water, but we ended up treating a peak of 52 billion gallons of wastewater that day. This tells us we are expending peak amounts of energy and chemicals to treat stormwater that has infiltrated our sanitary sewer system through inflow and infiltration, or I&I, which has a tremendous financial and staffing impact as we address these events caused by storm events in I&I. Additionally, leveraging all projects that benefit each other will be critical to efficient operations while maximizing our financial resources. For example, farmland has project components that will benefit both upgrades to the Kansas River Wastewater Treatment Plant and the MSO field campus through nitrogen removal at the plant and capping with the field campus. Our commitment to sound fiscal stewardship is imperative to managing the complexities of our treatment operations and conveyance systems, particularly as we remind ourselves the age of our plants, with the Caw plant being over 100 years old. As we make upgrades, we will be faced with tough decisions on value and life cycle cost, and the rate of return on investments. With that, the opportunity for specific discussions or questions there'll be plenty of opportunity for presentations that are coming up in the future on the Kansas River Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrade, farmland, and other CIP projects related to water and wastewater. So it's a little bit of this is the conclusion of presentation, but we're at a ... for discussion. So we're happy to discuss anything, but at the same time, there's going to be several opportunities as some of these more targeted project discussions are presented your way soon.
Thank you so much. Let's make sure there's no questions from the commissioners.
Trevor, I had a question. Did you say in that wet weather event at the end of May, we had $8 million gallons of water produced, but we treated 52 million? Was that the number you said?
Yes, that was the peak. That's correct. That was the peak for the day. The average flow for that day was over 30 million gallons per day being treated. And that's not uncommon when we are saturated and get heavy rainfall.
Well, that was going to be my question. I know we've been spending some money, been working a little bit on stormwater, and I know we have a lot in the CIP about that. How does that event compare to event, I mean, how does that compare to some older events, or are we making progress? Is that down, or is that about average, or if you see what I'm asking?
Yes, this is Trevor Flynn, Assistant Director with MSO. When we have really bad events, a lot of times we'll do investigations and we look at the sewer shed. We're looking for the manholes if any weren't secure. But the more that we've sealed those manholes, we have seen progress with those. We had an event a couple years ago with our pump station 9, which is out by the southwest part of town, where we were finding turtles and fish, and so we knew there's issues, and so that's where a lot of that follow-up does. So I think we are making progress, but when we are working on the system as well, there's always opportunities for improvement.
And then how does when you have an event like that, 52 million, is that what you meant when you were talking earlier about the wet weather events affecting our compliance with wastewater? That something like that, obviously it's hard to treat that in the same way given the volume.
Right. So the plant could peak flow permitted at 65 million gallons per day, and we have gone over that in the past. During, I want to say in 2019 we did, and that causes the system to surcharge, and that's where we get wastewater exiting manholes, or they're finding the path of least resistance, or we get backups in the system.
Thank you.
Any other questions? It doesn't look like it. Okay, let's make sure there's no public comment on this item. Is there any public comment in the room? Doesn't look like it. Is there any public comment online on Zoom for this item?
There's no public comment there.
All right, let's bring it back to the commission for discussion or comments other than well done you. Thank you. There's some incredible numbers in there that you should be very proud of. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
One question.
Yeah.
Trevor, those 2 times that we were out of compliance, how long did it take us to get back into compliance?
On the Kansas River E. coli event, did not take us very long at all. We were only out of compliance for 1 month. So if you have to sample and submit to the state, it's a monthly permit limit, and if you miss it, you're out of compliance for that 30 days. And that was the same for the Walker. So,
okay, thanks.
I'll just echo the mayor's comments. Appreciate the information. Appreciate these reports, especially as we head into the CIP, and we'll ask, obviously, to have some big expenditures in some of these areas to understand kind of where it's going and where it's coming from is important. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or comments from commissioners? Nope. Okay, thank you again, Trevor. Appreciate that. We are to the second item. I want to make sure commissioners are comfortable through the next item. Not seeing any hands up. Okay. Our next item is to receive the presentation from the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. I hope you're doing well this evening. As a part of our joint mission to end chronic homelessness, Douglas County and the City of Lawrence have been working with the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research, KUCPPBR, to conduct a needs assessment to inform and assess the system-wide conditions and needs related to the goal of ending chronic homelessness. Needs assessment aims to present the current state of homelessness in the county and to help equip leaders with the knowledge needed to make investments to address homelessness permanently. KUCPPR has completed an interim needs assessment report, which represents the preliminary phase of information gathering and analysis for the needs assessment. Once the final report is completed, we will be working to identify goals and prioritize strategies that impact needs identified in the report. At this time, I am very happy to introduce Owen B. Cox, Associate Researcher Senior with KUCPPR, who will present on the preliminary findings and recommendations in the report. And I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Owen and the KUCPPR team, Mary and Boyd, for their work on this assessment and for being with us this evening. Owen, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that introduction. That was lovely. What I want to say first and foremost is to thank everyone for allowing us to come and present a little bit about the Douglas County Homelessness Needs Assessment. And that was exactly right. So what we're presenting on today is some of the findings from that needs assessment. And what was, I believe, included with the agenda items is going to be that interim report. So we are still finalizing, working to toward a final needs assessment, and that should be out at the end of this month. And so look forward to presenting a little bit more on that and giving a little bit more time for us to sort of clean up and polish that report so that we can really get the best product out there that we can. For all of you. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank all of the lovely community partners, so individuals and organizations that are working on the issues of homelessness in the community. And then the biggest thank you is also going to go to individuals with lived experience who were able to share some of their thoughts and their experiences around homelessness in the community. So I want to make sure I get those thank yous out there first and foremost, and then also to do a little expectation setting here. As I said, what you've received previously is the interim report. There is much more information that will be in the final report. This will include more information from individuals with lived experience with homelessness, but also more information about some of the community partners that we talked to. And so we had multiple conversations with community partners and have updated that as we've moved along in the process. So the interim report that you had is not the complete report. And so there are additional services and findings that we had for community partners and individuals with needs with lived experience in homelessness that'll be included in that final report released at the end of the month. The other thing to say is it's a needs assessment. So this intends to look at the needs across the community in reference to homelessness. It's not specifically a strategic or comprehensive plan, but what we really hope is that this can inform a plan that really looks into sort of trying to reduce the levels of homelessness in the community, ideally someday down to zero. So it's a needs assessment, not a strategic plan, but we're really excited to share what we've got so far with you. And so if we move on to our next slide, we're just going to do a brief share about the KU Center for Public Partnerships and Research. Our mission is to optimize the well-being of youth, children, and families. And we do that through various ways, working with public entities such as the county and the city here on different ways to sort of research and evaluate programs that they might have doing work on. A previous work that we've done included work with the Greater Kansas City Coalition to End Homelessness, which is the continuum of care that represents Jackson County, Missouri, and Wyandotte County, Kansas. And we did a needs assessment around homelessness for them as well. That was completed in 2019 and has been, utilized since then. Unfortunately, it was released just prior to the pandemic, and so many changes have occurred, obviously, throughout that system. The other thing to mention is that we are part of an applied research team, Marianne and myself, who is joining on the call, but there are other team members who have contributed to this from our center as well. So we have quite a bit of a larger team that works on various projects, and they all contributed to this report. So moving on, just to talk very briefly about some of our methodology. We had several key components that we set forth to endeavor to completing for this particular needs assessment. The first is going to be what we call a community data review. And this involved a period of data discovery in which we attempted to determine how many different data systems were actually being used in the provision of services for individuals experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. And then we used that review to work with service providers to try and collect information to create a picture of the population experiencing homelessness in Lawrence and Douglas County. The next piece of work that we did was just begin having community conversations. And we held these with local service providers and advocates to gather their perspective on the community and the current system that both alleviates but also might contribute to homelessness within Lawrence and Douglas County. Information was also gathered on how each program and organization interacts with others in the community and how their work attempts to impact the lives of individuals experiencing homelessness. As I mentioned previously, the other thing that we did was talk with individuals with lived experience. So we conducted semi-structured interviews utilizing a grounded theory approach to better understand those experiencing homelessness and particularly those who are service involved. This method facilitated the exploration of potentially untapped approaches and strategies to support the homeless population in Douglas County. And indeed, the goal of engaging these individuals with lived experience through semi-structured interviews is to aid the identification of more effective community-based strategies to represent the experiences of homelessness more comprehensively to leaders, policymakers, and the research community at large. Finally, I should also mention that there are some limitations that we encountered in doing this needs assessment. One of which is the sort of was hit on previously. There is a fragmented data system, which makes it difficult to come up with unduplicated counts that can represent the entirety of the homeless population. It's also population that can be difficult to gather information on or to hear the stories from. Another aspect that is a limitation is that the various data systems and the various programs that serve those individuals often have slightly different definitions, of homelessness, which again makes the community just a little bit harder to pin down as far as who all is involved in that. And another thing that goes along with that is that this is a population that is often invisible. So sometimes it is difficult to include their voices, but we endeavored to do as well as we could on making sure that we cast a large target area to try and get as many folks in to supply information for this needs assessment as we could. All right, moving forward. The next thing that we're going to do is talk a little bit about findings and considerations and what we found during our needs assessment work. I'm already talking fairly quickly, but I know that we are sort of limited on time, so I want to make sure that I'm going to move through these slides fairly quickly and as they cover, and some of this material is covered in the preliminary report. And I do want to provide just a little bit of additional time at the end to talk about a little bit more in depth that information we heard from individuals with lived experience in homelessness. So the first finding that we want to just hit on right now is that essentially the current housing options are not meeting the needs of this community. We saw this in multiple forms of analysis for this project, and there are many factors that come into play into these housing difficulties. I think one of the ones that sticks out, and I think this will not come as a surprise to all that many folks, is that housing affordability remains a deep concern in the community, and one that can make it difficult for the newly homeless or those at risk of homelessness from finding housing. In fact, every stakeholder, every program that we talked to spoke about this and mentioned this as one of the most needed resources to serve this community. Another key element is being able to rent housing if you actually are able to find, another key element is being able to rent housing if people are actually able to find affordable housing. So the extent that affordable housing does exist can often be difficult to gain entry to. So the community could not only use additional opportunities for individuals to attain a rental assistance, but also additional avenues to use that assistance. Requirements for rental assistance programs and landlord willingness to accept tenants using rental assistance are two issues that are intertwined and both need attention. So we need more affordable housing, and we need more affordable housing with landlords willing to rent it for the rental assistance programs. But what we also heard is that even small-scale housing issues can have an impact on an individual's ability to remain successfully housed. Both service providers and individuals with experience in homelessness spoke about the impact it would have on small-scale changes that could even help find rentals with utilities included or lumped into single payments to decrease some of the initial burdens of transitioning into housing. So there's other opportunities to sort of work on the housing stock that we have, its affordability, and ways to make it more conducive to sustainable success for individuals who are transitioning out of homelessness. The next finding and consideration that we had to talk about is that we need a deeper understanding of the population experiencing homelessness. And this is crucial to actually understanding the needs of the group and designing and implementing effective interventions, ideally with the input of those individuals with lived experience, to really target those interventions to that individual group. One of the things that leads to this is that, again, we'll talk about this a little bit further on as well, is that we do have this data situation where we have multiple data systems across multiple providers in the county and the city. HMIS, or the Homeless Management Information System, it is good at identifying individuals with frequent interactions with the homeless response system. However, it's going to have difficulties in that it's really designed to find and serve individuals who are using the federal Housing and Urban Development definition of homelessness, which is a little bit more narrow than some of the other data systems that are out there. And again, this leads to an incomplete picture of the barrier and understanding the needs for specific groups and targeting interventions to those groups. For this reason, one of our upcoming considerations around collaboration is going to be especially key, and currently so that all parties involved can bring information about their clientele to the table. If we're going to have these compartmentalized systems, it's really important that we have discussions and clear and transparent conversations around who all is involved in this community of individuals experiencing homelessness. Our next finding and consideration that we put forward in the needs assessment is the fact that homelessness presents an equity issue within the community, within Lawrence and Douglas County. What we know from the data available is that minorities make up a more significant portion of those experiencing homelessness than they do in the general population. With African Americans represented 5 times higher in the homeless population than in the general population, and Indigenous individuals also representing 3 to 4 times higher than the general population, other than what would be expected. I should also mention that in several of conversations we had with community partners and individuals experiencing homelessness, it was expressed that the account of Indigenous individuals experiencing homelessness was actually even likely an undercount. And so that might be even a higher representation. This is often because they are one of those groups that is difficult to measure. They often double up as a means of finding shelter and have residents in participating in various components of the homeless response system. We also found that Latino and Latinx individuals made up a significantly higher population of the homeless population than they did the community population. And so these are all components that we really need to consider. One of the other things I want to point out when it comes to equity is that HUD itself is making a renewed push toward equity. And they released their first ever equity action plan, came out in April of this year. And it has a focus on advancing equity in its delivery of homelessness assistance programs. And this plan includes a review of policies that pose barriers to housing for persons with criminal histories or their families, amongst other initiatives. Our next consideration, also along the lines of looking at some of the demographics of the population experiencing homelessness, and this one is a little bit, this one's somewhat unique for this community, and that is that in Lawrence and Douglas County, the rate of females experiencing homelessness is actually higher than that the general trends are, both for the state and for the nation. So a little bit over 50% of the individuals that we saw through the Homeless Management Information System, the Coordinated Entry System, we're identifying as female, whereas the national average usually is around 39% or in the upper 30s when it comes to the amount of individuals identifying as gender. We're not totally sure on the reasons for this discrepancy between Lawrence, Douglas County and the state and the nation as a whole. But when we talk to service providers, they seem to think that this is a trend that's been around. It's not like an anomaly of the specific data timeframe with which we gathered information, and that actually Lawrence has seen a consistent sort of 50% split between female and male individuals experiencing homelessness. Some of those conversations with individuals in lived experiences with homelessness, several discussed that there was a high availability of quality domestic violence services in the community, and that there might be a lack of those in surrounding communities. So that was just one of the pieces that we thought we would bring forward. Is just we can't totally say for sure what the reason is why Lawrence and Douglas County are sort of unique in this trend, but there were some thoughts from individuals with lived experience around why that might be. Our next slide is getting to that slide about collaboration. Again, talking a little bit about the data compartmentalization across the various providers run systems. And collaboration is going to be critical to systems change and the goal of ending homelessness in the community. We've already mentioned that segmentation of data and the need for increased collaboration to alleviate issues that arise because of it. This becomes increasingly important with the use of coordinated entry in a by name list. This is essentially a list of it's intended to be a list of all individuals experiencing homelessness that is used to target services, interventions, and housing. So we need more collaboration to make sure all the individuals who are experiencing these life circumstances can get onto that list and be part of that prioritization process to receive housing, services, and interventions. We need everyone providing services and support to come to the table and participate. So not just some of the organizations, but all of the organizations. Without that collaboration, the system can get bogged down with inefficiencies as providers aren't fully able to understand what services are taking place and where and what is available to best serve clients in front of them. I think more importantly, though, even it creates a disjointed and confusing system for the individuals themselves who are experiencing homelessness. And it can build frustration as they try to navigate finding needed services and housing in a system that seems to not necessarily always communicating within itself. The next slide is going to talk a little bit about permanent supportive housing and the fact that there are currently few, if any, permanent supportive housing options available. Corporation for Supportive Housing just did their own needs assessment that was geared directly at the need of permanent supportive housing in the community. And they found nearly 400 units were needed across the city. And they sort of broke that up into the various groups. They found that at least 115 units of permanent supportive housing were needed for individuals experiencing homelessness or housing instability, and additional 39 units are needed for justice reentry. And that actually gets kind of close to what we were hearing from community partners who shared that they felt like approximately 150 individuals would benefit from permanent supportive housing to try and help break that cycle of chronic homelessness. And that's backed up by the data that we pulled from the HMIS system as well. I think one of the things that we can think through here is how to prioritize permanent supportive housing for individuals experiencing homelessness, and really could help reduce homelessness in the community, which we understand is not a quick process. So having other immediate and intermediate options is also needed as we work toward building the type of permanent supportive housing units that would be necessary to try and sort of tackle this issue. Next funding that we had is that moving on, I guess, to some of the preliminary themes and findings that we had when we actually did our conversations with individuals with lived experience. I think these are great because I think these interviews really helped fill in the gaps about the experiences of homelessness that the data can't really touch on, right? So quantitative data is great, but it can't really get necessarily to the full experience. And service providers are also great, but they only have a limited access to the experience of those individuals experiencing homelessness. And the information that these individuals provided us can help craft services and solutions to help individuals experiencing homelessness get and importantly sustain housing. So the information that they can provide can really help us understand what is the best way to help them be successful at moving it from experiencing homelessness into a housed situation, and then be successfully and sustainably housed in that place. I should note there will be several quotes on these slides. I do want to note that all the names associated with quotes are pseudonyms. So we want to make sure that we're protecting the anonymity of anyone who participated with us. Also thank them for their service, obviously. But just to make sure that we aren't actually using anyone's names, this is an anonymous survey and anonymous interviews that we did with these folks. The main preliminary themes that came out of this that we sort of are going to dig a little bit deeper to in the following slides are first and foremost the perceptions of home. We talked with folks and asked them to tell us a little bit about the place that they live or that they would consider home. And in those conversations, we learned about how people experiencing homelessness perceive what makes a place feel like a home and share insights on their idea of an ideal home, as well as what sort of housing situations aren't acceptable to them. What situations are going to set them up for failure at sustaining their housing status. We also talked a little bit about what quality supports look like. So thinking through quality social support. In those conversations, we discussed many of the elements of social support that can help individuals experiencing homelessness access the resources that they need to meet their basic needs. And these supports range from social emotional support from other individuals who are in similar situations, as well as functional supports from service providers in the community at large to really understand what are the supports that could best set you up for success. And then finally, we have a section on just wisdom that was shared with us from the homeless, from the community of individuals experiencing homelessness. And they had many insights to share about how the community and its leaders, service providers, and community members at large could support individuals who are houseless and improve the community response to prevent and end homelessness. All right, so let's move in to those themes. And our first one here is going to be talking a little bit again about perceptions of home. And one of the things that I really do want to highlight here is that first arrow or bullet point that we do have. And one of the things that they talked about frequently is home is a place where someone doesn't have to be hyper vigilant. And this is something that a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness have expressed, that when they are unhoused and are not and do not have a place that they call their home, they are often hypervigilant, increasing their anxiety and their stress. They are worried about both physical and emotional violence that might occur on the streets, but also just hypervigilant about where their things are, their ability. They need to be on guard to make sure that their safety is ensured and that they have the belongings that they need to continue to exist. And so they've shared this. Nearly every single individual shared this as something that they think would be alleviated or would need to be felt to really consider a place a home. The other thing that they talk about when it comes to having a home is the ability for them to have agency to help meet their own basic needs. So they want to have this space to work toward and sustain housing by meeting their own basic needs. So supports can be offered, but they also want to have the ability to have agency to do some of the things that make a place feel like a home. So cooking their own meals, having the ability to, decorate or make a home feel more like a place that can be lived in or that is their own. And they're really interested, in meeting those incremental needs. They're also very interested in really a place that is a place to live modestly, a fairly simple place where, again, they don't have too much to worry about and that they can really work toward getting themselves in a position where they can meet their basic needs and meet the needs of being a successful tenant in that particular structure or that particular home. The next finding from our conversations that we want to talk a little bit about here, or the next theme, I should say, that we learned from individuals with lived experience is a little bit around what quality support looks like and can feel like for individuals. And so in these interviews, participants frequently described that when service providers and staff had the conditions to provide individualized support, it really helped them. It really helped them be able to take the necessary steps to increase their ability to move forward to self-sufficiency goals, maintain sobriety, and receive the kind of genuine social support that was needed. Participants described that quality support from staff looked like others providing them with functional support to navigate some of those things, and that when providers are felt to provide genuine care for them, that they really made them feel as if that they were really able to move forward and really helped them actually model a way of working with others that really helped them sort of want to move sustainably forward and reach their self-sufficiency goals. Another thing that they described that would be helpful when it comes to social support is also having social support networks. They described some of it as people who get it. And this might be individuals who have already or previously experienced homelessness. And they talked about many programs that offered support groups or facilitated relationships within the housing environment to promote friendship and really have that support and structure social time that really helped with their daily routines and really provided them sort of a scaffolding to know that they can continue on and sustain their housing. And the other thing that they mentioned that we think was very interesting is that these individuals themselves were keenly aware about the various workforce challenges that were being experienced. Many of them described knowing that or seeing that workers were often spread fairly thin. So those individuals who were providing support to the individuals experiencing homelessness they themselves were stressed and were spread thin. In addition to that, occasion, although rarely, participants would also describe service providers as lacking potentially some of the knowledge that might best be able to serve them. But they did say that everyone really is doing their best. All of their interactions with providers seem to really be in a positive manner. But they said, sometimes it does seem like the luck of the draw. Perhaps you find a provider whose caseload is low, and then you have the ability to really work together on those supports needed to really help get that person on a positive footing when it comes to housing. But sometimes you might run into a provider who is overworked, and it's just more difficult for them to give you the type of care that might be most beneficial to that individual experiencing homelessness. And I think the last little bit from the individuals experiencing homelessness that we want to talk about here is the wisdom that was provided by individuals experiencing houselessness. And again, so essentially going back to the workforce, they said that the effectiveness of services were highly dependent on the individuals who were delivering those services. So individuals with enough time, headspace, and training to be able to provide those services really provided really great services and really able to help these individuals. And they said that it was evident that they were spread fairly thin. They also just described that the fact that it really helps to have individualized services when it comes to working with the workforce providing services to individuals experiencing homelessness. It's just really helpful to really make it seem like it's an individualized service plan, that they are really invested in those individuals experiencing homelessness. And in particular, they said that one of the things that takes a lot of work and is difficult is really some of the functional support pieces that support individuals on their journey out of homelessness. And that I think every single participant sort of discussed the importance of having individuals help them get things like government identification and other documents, because these are really important to obtaining some of those services that really get those individuals on the pathway out of homelessness. Another thing that they talked about was the need for more crisis mental health support. In particular, they're interested here in crisis mental health support that can help divert those initial interactions away from sort of emergency response in things. So things like trying to have a differential response with crisis mental health supports as opposed to interventions with the justice system or the criminal justice system, or with even medical attention immediately, because some of the times what they said is crisis mental health supports could really de-escalate a situation, whereas oftentimes some of those other interactions can make an individual feel more anxious and more reactive in those conversations or in those interventions. Another thing that that many of them talked about was, again, this goes back to that hypervigilance piece of it, but really they just really would like a place to be able to keep their things, a safe place where they can store some of their belongings, where they could then not have to worry quite as much about the situations that they're in, and not have to continually use cognitive energy to think through where their stuff is, what do they need to keep track of, and how the loss of those things can impact them and send them back back into the system where they need, again, more functional supports because they've lost their IDs or they've lost their paperwork that they need for services. And then the other thing I just wanted to hit on is, in these conversations, we also talked with them a little bit about what their day-to-day life is. So just asking them to talk with us a little bit about what a 24-hour period feels like, but then also talk with them a little bit about what are the things in their lives that allow them to experience joy. And they mentioned a host of different things, but these conversations really got to the idea is that in all of these supports and programs and services provided to them, thinking through ways that they can allow for those experiences of joy is also a really good way to make that process feel more like you're on your way to finding a home and finding a place within the community. And so they mentioned even just some small things like being able to take time, not worry about where your stuff is, to interact in puzzle games, or interact in a way like cooking, or just find a way to have time to listen to music. And so just one of the things that they brought to light was that finding ways for service provision to also bring in ways to experience joy with these individuals would be very helpful in their ability to succeed in finding and maintaining housing. I think our next slide is going to be just a couple little a couple graphics here, just looking at sort of this idea of the current system and where we want to get. And again, the idea here is that housing insecurity persists in Douglas County, and this can often be because of inconsistent, inefficient offerings of support, which perpetuates this sort of chronic homelessness, right? So this idea that it's cyclical. And the idea here is that there are supports within the community, but sometimes those are short-lived. And so perhaps an individual gets a bunch of supports or is able to find supports, but those then often dissipate. And that person, once again, finds themselves needing additional support or finds themselves experiencing homelessness. And then they get back in line, right? So it takes a while again to receive services, and this perpetuates the cycle of this happening over and over again. And what we're looking to do in the next graphic is to try and figure out ways to break that cycle. And so the way that we are thinking through breaking this chronic cycle is by providing consistent wraparound supportive services to those who struggle to maintain permanent supportive housing. So this gets back to what I was talking about previously on the permanent supportive housing slide, is that we need to find ways to bring all of the individuals and all of the programs that serve these individuals into a collaborative environment where we can provide permanent supportive housing and have those specific individualized services targeted to those individuals so that they can maintain their housing and get themselves back onto a footing where they can easily and accurately sort of sustain their housing moving forward. All right. And then I think I just wanted to mention that a lot of the things that we talked about in some of those considerations, there are actually initiatives that are underway currently or have begun during the time of the needs assessment has been taking place. And so just a couple examples of those, just to know that the community that is working on this really is already trying to put some of these initiatives in place. Some of the things that we have been hearing about are adaptive housing solutions. So this is really trying to target housing to the needs of those individuals. So designing and building housing that works with that population. So thinking through what is the best way to have a person in a housing structure itself that is developed for their needs. One of the things that we have heard about is increased landlord engagement. I think this one is really important. We have both increased landlord engagement and also collaboration amongst those groups that actually work directly with landlords to really understand their needs, hopefully to bring those landlords in to understand a little bit more about the population and the use of rental assistance and what that might mean and sort of how they can really help sort of advance that system. Finally, we also are seeing some enhanced data collection and collaboration efforts, which I'm really excited about. Efforts around bringing together service providers within the community to talk a little bit about coordinated entry in that by name list I mentioned. Another interesting initiative is around MyRC, which can look at individuals who are hitting the emergency response system more often. This could be a way to help prioritize individuals on the by name list to get those individuals onto what the next item is the Housing First pilot, which is an idea of how to really target housing to individuals, get them housed first, and then help them understand and work on their barriers with that wraparound supportive services. And the other initiative I just wanted to mention quickly was the Assertive Community Treatment Team. So this is groups that go out into the community, a team that goes out into the community and really targets interventions right to the people where they are at. And so these are a couple of initiatives that I just want to mention quickly. I think I have definitely got over my allotted time, so I'll just say the next steps is for us to finish up the final report and then release that to the community. We'll continue to be participating in the homelessness workforce group, and so we'll continue to receive feedback prior to that report being released. But that is it. There's a couple mentions of other names from people who worked on this project with me at the Center for Public Partnerships and Research. A few others that aren't mentioned there, but if you have any additional questions, feel free to email any one of those individuals and we'll definitely get back to you. I'd love to talk to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Owen. I appreciate that. Incredible work that you all have done. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners right now for Owen or Leah or their team?
Question. Owen, can you give me an idea? I think you said that the final report's going to be out the end of this month. Is it going to come with recommendations?
So it will come with, similarly, we are wording them findings and considerations. And so they, again, it's not necessarily like I said, it's not a comprehensive plan or a strategic plan around specific elements, but it should allow folks to then use that information to target them.
Thank you.
Well, this is Commissioner Sellers. I have a couple of questions. In your slide about additional avenues, there was something that talked about, you mentioned the lack of landlord rental assistance. And so could you maybe thread that out a little more, like understanding the lack of access to, is it just the lack of individuals having access to rental assistance, or is it just the lack of access to properties to landlords that provide? I know you spoke to that, but I felt like there was maybe something else, a little bit more to that section, or was I reading into it?
Sure. No, I think the idea there is that it's a both and scenario. Is that I think that the community could use more rental assistance and the availability of that, but for that to actually be successful, you need to have landlords willing to accept rental assistance. And obviously there's a lot that goes into that. There's obviously landlords have their own thought process on how and why that can work. There are rental assistance sometimes for the landlord does come with more hoops for them themselves to jump through. But to the extent that you get more rental assistance available in the community, you need to have somewhere for those individuals to actually use that rental assistance.
Okay. And would that be in your recommendation, is that in addition to a comprehensive of services? So more landlords participating in rental assistance in addition to more supportive housing, or is it as you get more permanent supporting housing, then we can kind of reduce the need of rental assistance? Can you kind of speak to that? Is there a relationship to that?
Yes, I mean, so there's obviously there's in some sense a continuum of needs when it comes to permanent supportive housing. Some people are going to need a more intensive version of permanent supportive housing than others. I think that those individuals with the more intensive needs are likely going to would be harder to be housed in properties that are property owner owned or property management company owned properties. I think that because of the way that I guess to speak plainly, because of the lack of affordable housing in Lawrence, you're going to need rental assistance to be available, but you're also going to need to have just more units of affordable housing itself. And it would be great if you could get both affordable housing and landlords who are willing to take rental assistance at the same time. I understand that there's factors that go into that, so you kind of have to work the system all at once in some sense.
Okay. And then also to that point, there on the slide, it was under the Corporation for Supportive Housing. It said that there was a need for approximately 115 units of permanent supportive housing. Is that, and it speaks to individuals, so is that units as far as single person units, or is that a mixture of single person family units? I'm just trying to get a more understanding of what does a unit consist of by define? Is that for one person, or a unit could be up to so many people in the household?
Yeah, so it refers to units, and so that could be a family, and that would potentially have more rooms within that particular unit. Don't want to speak too much in depth and detail on their specific needs assessment because I don't have it in front of me. But yeah, so it was 115 units, I believe, for individuals experiencing homelessness or housing instability. And so those were permanent supportive housing. And that was just a portion of the overall permanent supportive housing but that was what they sort of using their formula saw as the need for individuals experiencing homelessness.
Okay. And then as far as the data piece, I know you stuck on that a bit because I know most of our HUD funding agencies use HMIS, and you spoke to where there was what did I say? Oh, just kind of we were some inconsistencies in the tracking of data system. Was there any mention or in your findings, did you see where there was some type of coordinated referral tracking system, or was there some organizations and maybe not all of them agencies were working together as far as tracking, kind of like referrals, if someone was receiving services over here or they were hopping the services over here? Did you come across that in your findings and your research?
Yeah, so there's not a system that allows for that currently for an individual to be tracked from place to place, which is one of the reasons that I try to hit on sort of the need for some of the initiatives that are currently under, even including the work group, the homelessness and housing work group. Individuals can get together and sort of talk about who they're seeing, what are their clientele, and how they're sort of hitting that system. I think the best example of this is the coordinated entry group that meets to talk about individuals experiencing homelessness and sort of, they call it a prioritization, but they basically have a list of individuals. We call it a by name list. And those individuals are prioritized based on sort of need. And those individuals then essentially are the ones that sort of are housed in some sense in order. It doesn't work in a straight line all the time, but that is the basic idea of it. And so understanding that we need all providers to be able to come to that table and talk about clients that they have so that they can get on a list like that to be able to become housed is sort of what the idea is. So if there isn't going to be a overall one-stop referral system for all providers in the community, what you need is to have everyone at the table when you come to discuss things like housing.
Further questions or? Do you have more, Commissioner?
Probably more comments.
Okay.
I mean, I can go on all day, but I won't.
Oh, and thanks for oh, go ahead.
I apologize, Commissioner Finkelstein. This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Seller's earlier question. I pulled up the CSH needs assessment for supported housing needs, and that report states that there are 356 units required to meet the needs of individual households or households with only adults, and 25 are needed to meet the needs of families.
Can you repeat that number again for me, Leah?
356 are required to meet the needs of individual households, and 25 are needed to meet the needs of families.
And that includes permanent supportive housing options for other groups of individuals, also including their options for elderly folks.
Okay.
Following up, one of the, as you mentioned, to me, one of the most interesting and insightful parts of this was your conversations with individuals experiencing homelessness. Can you tell me a little bit more about, that data collection? Like, where did you meet them? How many are we talking? Just a little bit more about that, because I'm very intrigued by a lot of that information. I just want to know a little bit more about that as I use it later.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should say that in a presentation and with me talking that fast, it's impossible for me to give the nuance of all the conversations that we had. And so I really look forward to people being able to look at the final report when it comes out. But yeah, so we in our process of data discovery and working with community partners, we worked with some of those community partners to try and make connections to individuals who are experiencing homelessness or who had recently experienced homelessness within the community. So that was one of our avenues of finding folks to talk with us. The other one is that we went to various sort of like meetings. So we had the homelessness workforce, and we told community partners, if you have individuals that you think are interested, have them work with us. I guess we work through the providers or through the contacts to set up those interviews, and we're able to do it sort of that way. And so again, none of the work that we did could have been done without certainly the individuals with lived experiences, but also the providers and community advocates that made those connections for us. When it comes to individuals that we actually were then able to interview, we did 10 of the full in-depth interviews with individuals experiencing homelessness, and we were able to get a wide variety of experience when it comes to homelessness. So individuals who had been chronically homelessness, individuals who were experiencing homelessness for the first time. We also got a wide variety of demographics, racial categories, gender categories, and some different ages in that grouping as well.
Thank you very much.
I want to have one more question. I know you brought up HUD's Equity Action Plan, and I know a little bit because I was reading part of the plan, but I know that oftentimes individuals who need to receive services, whether they're a housing authority or a HUD-funded facility, some of those barriers could include, like if there's an eviction notice or if a person's, not incarcerated, but I think charged, and correct me if I'm wrong, but do you see some of that being some of the barriers? Is that another barrier that then trickles down to the municipal level and how we're able to utilize funds and resources to help individuals? Because if let's say someone wants to receive services through the housing authority, but they have an eviction on under their name, then they're not able to receive those services. So then someone who, then they would have to go somewhere else if we have the ability to fill that gap at another agency. So do you see something like a little bit more high level policy advocating on the behalf of commissioners or a city to go to HUD to say, remove these type of remove these type of restrictions would be another opportunity for us to serve more individuals efficiently and effectively?
Yeah, I think those are opportunities that are out there to do that, and to think through other ways that you can reduce barriers. One of the things, though, and this is why the system is really hard to make change on, is that you're still, so if you go to HUD or you go to whoever it might be and say, we don't think that you should have moratoriums on individuals who have had evictions recently from receiving assistance or felonies, whatever it might be, you still then need to interact with other elements of the system to try and help them understand why these people are still great tenants and they should still be able to provide housing. So I think, again, back to the landlord part, if landlords see that an individual has a felony but has rental assistance, there's nothing to stop them from just saying, I don't want, I'm not going to accept you as a tenant because you have, you can actually just say, I'm not going to accept anyone that has a voucher at this point, right? And so those are some of the problems that just getting rid of some of those might not work, because you also have to reduce sort of, I'm just going to say it, like landlord stigma when it comes to some of those elements as well.
Any other questions? Let's go ahead then and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on this item? Bless you.
Thank you. There is. My name's John Crable, and I'm here tonight representing Justice Matters, and specifically our Ending Homelessness Committee, of which I'm one of the co-chairmen, and there's a few of my folks sitting back here too. A few other activities that I'm involved with that are associated with homelessness here in Douglas County include the fact that I manage Jubilee Cafe at my church. I work occasional shifts as an emergency relief DSA at Lawrence Community Shelter. In fact, turned down 2 opportunities to be there at midnight tonight, just while I've been here. Volunteer each winter with our winter emergency shelter program, and I'm on the Douglas County Built for Zero team. The issue of homelessness here, specifically, the initiative to literally end homelessness here, defined as reaching functional zero, is, to say the least, a pretty big deal to us. It's a really big deal to us because it's an incredibly big deal to the people that are experiencing it, like this gentleman sitting right here. We came here tonight to hear, as you did, the report that was just given by Owen and his team at KUC PPR. I want to point out that there was a statement made in the agenda item report on this topic for tonight's meeting that says, and I quote, "This report represents the preliminary phase of information gathering and analysis for the needs assessment," end quote. And all of that's absolutely true. But I'm here tonight to relay to you two very specific messages. One of those is simply to say thank you. Thank you for the support and the commitment that you've made as a body already to end homelessness in our city and to end homelessness in our county. And I'm using your own words. And I quote, "Douglas County and the city of Lawrence have a mission of ending chronic homelessness in the community over the next 3 years," end quote. Came from you guys. That's not my words. And so we thank you for that. And secondly, simply to either point out or perhaps to remind, I'm not sure which it is, you and to point out and to remind all of us that this report that we just heard about, which was really preliminary, is the preliminary phase of all of this. Owen said it himself. This is a needs assessment. It is not a comprehensive plan. So we're going to advocate, as we always have, for a comprehensive plan. This report represents incredible work with exactly the level of data and information that we need for the next phase of this work. So let's just be sure, I'm sure you will, but let's just be sure that we don't take this report and put it on a shelf where it'll gather dust. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there more public comment?
Again, I'm Tim Olson, and I'm one of the homeless. I'm right here. You can give me all the questions you want to have answered. I can give them to you. I live it daily. I am seeing couples come out daily to include it into our group. It's terrible. It's wrong. We should have housing that, look at the other communities in the local area. Ottawa, even for an example. The prices are half of what we pay here. I understand we have the big college, we have other college, we have all of that. But there should still be a housing where people can afford to live. We're only at $15 an hour minimum wage. That ain't enough. It's $25 to make it for a living. People need to understand, you got to put the math together. I'm no magic man. It's simple. If you ain't making the money, I can't get a house. We all need jobs. The jobs are there, but the money ain't there. I've got college behind me, but yet I'm out here on the street. It's not right. I can't make it on $15 an hour. I don't care who you are, you wouldn't either. There's not one of us in here that can make it $15 an hour on your own. You got to be able to eat. It's all part of it. We all need to understand it's not one man's problem. It's everybody's problem. And the families are getting bigger out there. My area where I'm at, when I first went out there, it was 7 people. It's now 22 and increasing daily. And I kid you not, daily. It's terrible. We have to find a way to answer these problems. I can help. We all can. We just need to work together. I really will. I will submit anything you want, any questions you have. I'm more than willing to give you answers and as best I can. I think we all need to work this together. It's important. Homelessness isn't a problem. I work hard every day. The problem is the money. The money is the problem. I could find a house if I really, really wanted to.
Time.
I don't have the money.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm Sherilyn Wells, and I have been around this situation off and on for decades. I felt like I don't want to medicalize homelessness, but I see people in very intense mental distress that are homeless. I don't like to use the system's words, but I see people that have schizophrenia that are sleeping in tents, tarps. They are absolutely not able to negotiate whatever needs to be done to become unhomeless. I felt like the state of Kansas, after so-called mental health reform, from talking to them, I felt like they were in a state of denial about what was going on, that the situation. I worked with the peer group here that started in the 1970s. It had always been a problem for people with mental health issues, and it only got dramatically worse afterwards. And I quite frankly felt like the state of Kansas was in a state of denial. They should have come to the cities and the counties and said, this problem is now yours. We don't have some big overall plan. If something's going to be done, you have to do it. If we're going to welcome folks back from state hospitals or people that would have previously been in the state hospitals, there are people, believe me, sleep in the streets that under the old regime would be sitting in the state hospital. And I don't want to be too dramatic, but I feel like we went from kind of warehousing people in these big state hospitals to warehousing them in the streets. And it's happened all across the United States. It's shameful and tragic. And I do hope, and I am so glad that sort of the climate around homelessness and the honesty about it, that from years ago, it has changed. That, you know, the city and county have decided that you're going to take some responsibility. I would also like to say that I feel like there is a racialized aspect to this, that not only I know the Black folks and Native folks are more than capable of speaking up for themselves, but they are not only have been homeless more, they have been dying more. Especially, I've known a lot of the Native Americans that have seemed to me have had very short lifespans. And I would say, you know, the, whatever you want to call it, the transgenerational trauma of the way that our Black and brown brothers that need help have experienced.
Time.
That I feel like that is a real serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment in the room? All right, let's see if there's anyone online in Zoom who would like to make public comment on this item. Gabby Boyle.
Hi, friends. Thank you so much, Owen, for providing that presentation. It was really enlightening and once again kind of brought to the surface the systemic roots of Lawrence's housing crisis. You know, as upsetting as it was, it's also unsurprising that our neighbors who are most affected by systemic oppression, including Black community members, Indigenous community members, women and disabled folks, are also, you know, disproportionately affected by housing instability. And I want to highlight too that these are also the folks who are disproportionately more likely to have to use supports like housing choice vouchers and rental assistance to pay their rents. But unfortunately, as was already touched on multiple points in the evening, we have a lack of available housing that accepts housing choice vouchers or other non-traditional income sources. There is a list of available properties maintained by the Housing Authority, and I reviewed several months of those lists. And in that sample, only 80% of landlords accepted housing choice vouchers. You know, that number hasn't changed in spite of the fact that there has been significant funding for financial incentives for landlords, that there's damage mitigation funds available to landlords, that there's been targeted community outreach and engagement to landlords that's coming directly from the Housing Authority and other service providers. There's currently an 18-month-long wait list for the voucher program. And one of the major causes of this bottleneck is that lack of properties that will accept assistance. So there are folks who are currently experiencing homelessness or who are at a critical risk that are potentially having to wait over a year to 2 years for our community to support them. There were also 500 folks served in the last year by the Housing Stabilization Collaborative with rental assistance. So again, that's 500 households who could potentially be facing homelessness if their landlord decided to no longer accept their assistance. So, you know, protecting the most vulnerable folks in our community is something that we talk about a lot. It's at the core of Lawrence's strategic plan. And yet we're still having this conversation about how the most vulnerable people in our community are struggling every day to find housing and keep housing and just feel welcomed here. You know, this is an urgent and complicated crisis. It's something that's deeply embedded in systems, in systemic oppression, in systemic inequity, and it requires solutions that go beyond surface level funding or community outreach. Like, we really need to change systems of housing in Lawrence. I know that we've been talking about creating protections for source of income since December 2020. And yet, in spite of, you know, a year and a half of having those conversations, nearly every single day, someone is displaced, forced into an unsafe housing situation or facing homelessness because they are not able to find housing that accepts their voucher. Their landlord chooses that they no longer want to accept vouchers or rental assistance, et cetera. Adding protections for source of income to our city's discrimination chapter would, one, address people who are currently homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online who has any comments?
That's all the comment, Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission.
Just kind of a follow-up to John's question. I'm not sure anyone here is, I know Owen probably is not the one to answer this question, and Leah, I'm not sure you're prepared to, but what is the next step on the strategic plan? What, after this final report comes in May, is there something scheduled thereafter? Or what do you see as the next step?
This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. I'm wondering if Danny might like to speak to the Housing Initiatives Division plan after the final report is released.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Danny Walters with the Housing Initiatives Division. We have our new staff members finally on staff with us, and we're trying to put together a plan to react to this plan. So a lot of that is going to be collaboration and coordination with the county, with the housing and homeless stakeholders group that's meeting. That's kind of our next step, is once the full report comes out, we get a pretty good idea of where those gaps are right now that we're looking at, but further conversation will go forward with the city and the county in terms of how we respond to this.
And Danny, thanks for that. Do you think some of that will be ready in time for the 22-23 budget discussion, or is that more of an ongoing discussion?
Danny Walters with the Housing Initiatives Division. I feel like that will be an ongoing living conversation for a very long time. It's
I understand that part.
Yeah,
yes.
but I mean, I will probably have a work plan. I would assume that there'll be a work plan sometime, you know, but it'll probably be more towards the end of the summer, early fall. just as we're kind of getting a grip on what we're looking at here. And not to mention we're putting out fires at the same time with some different issues going on. So we can certainly set a goal to have that be part of the budget conversations. And I think that before 2023, before January, there'll certainly be direction. So
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, there's obviously a lot there for us to digest and to hope for. Thank you again, Owen and your team, and Leah, for bringing this to us and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting the indication that my teammates would like a break. I will say let us return at 8. Well, the timer just changed there at 8:49. Welcome back to the June 14th, 2022 City Commission meeting. Our next item is a regular agenda item to receive an update on the Field Operations Campus project.
Porter, could you allow Alex Reeves to share screen?
I will.
Okay, thank
Ready
you.
to go.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Andy Inns, Engineering Program Manager for the Municipal Services and Operations Department. I will be presenting an update on the community engagement efforts for the Field Operations Campus project with the design team from Dakewell's Architecture, Ortel Architects, and CFS Engineers. Last October, we presented an update to the Commission on the project and requested authorization to use half of the previously approved schematic design funding to address neighborhood concerns we heard during meetings in June and August of 2021. Tonight, we're providing an update on how we address the neighborhood concerns and what we heard from them during our recent neighborhood meeting on May 24th. So during tonight's presentation, we'll give a brief project background and how the project aligns with the city's strategic plan. We'll review the original campus layout and concerns the neighborhood had with that layout. We'll discuss how those concerns were addressed with the revised campus layout, and then what we heard during our neighborhood meeting on May 24th. Finally, we'll provide an updated schedule and costs and discuss next steps on the project. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the project background here. During the first phase of this project, the design team developed the Field Operations Campus conceptual plan. Basically, we wanted to understand how the field operations divisions work together and the conditions of the facilities they work in. So based on this information, the design team determined how the divisions should be grouped, what the new facilities might look like, and then how much they might cost. And then how those facilities could be phased. So Dan McGann is going to provide a little bit more detail of what they found in that first phase of the project.
Thanks, Andy, and hello, commissioners. Good evening. Dan McGann with Dakewell's Architecture. So one of the first things the design team did was visit all the field operations to see how work got done and record the existing square footages and conditions. And we did this for each division, and consistently across the board found that although they were doing a really admirable job with what they had, the working conditions were often very cramped, and the buildings were in dire need of deferred maintenance and increased square footage. Next slide. And as we looked into the existing buildings, we also began to see the challenges at hand, especially in the 11th and Haskell area. In that area, you have solid waste in the central maintenance garage and streets and stormwater, filling station, horticulture, and forestry. The blue area, you see kind of the general background in that map is the 100-year floodplain. And the red area is the actual floodway, the zone that is designed to carry actual floodwaters and debris during a flooding event. So one big challenge is that you can't really improve these key facilities. It would violate a city ordinance to improve a property in that dangerous condition of being in a floodway. Next slide. This chart looks at the top 4 challenges we saw in the current operations for the divisions: needing major deferred maintenance, being critically undersized, having site size limitations, and being in restricted floodway areas. The red rectangles denote a critical issue for that division, and the pink denotes a substantial but solvable issue, and the white denotes no major issue at this time. So of all the slides we've shown you in our previous updates, I think it's safe to say that it's this one that really alerted you to the combined critical condition of so many of the field operations facilities. So our original directive was to fit all of these field operations onto the farmland site, which we've previously presented to you all as the master plan. So we'll call that option A. And tonight, as Andy mentioned, we'll update you on an option B that we've been working on that's in response to some neighborhood feedback And, the basic idea there is reducing the size of the campus a bit to include only the 8 critical divisions that benefit most from being located on the same campus. And Andrew's going to show that to you here in a minute. And back to Andy.
Yep. Okay. So the project aligns with the city's strategic plan in several key areas. It will address multiple regulatory compliance issues, including facilities in the floodway at 11th and Haskell, as Dan had mentioned, and also coordination with the farmland remediation project. It's one of the major benefits of having the campus on that site. The project will improve working conditions for staff and increase the efficiency of key city services. Got a couple photos here, just showing the conditions of the existing facilities, and then another one of the flooding. Next slide, please. So the project was scored in the city's OpenGov software for alignment with the strategic plan. Key highlights from the scoring are the regulatory compliance, as well as engaged and empowered teams. Environmental sustainability also scored well for potential improvements that aren't possible at the existing facilities. One example of that is the existing facilities at 11th and Haskell likely won't be able to have electric vehicles charging stations due to their location within the floodway. And I know that is a real goal for the city to have electric vehicles across the fleet in the future. I would like to mention too, the bottom one there, that we've really tried to listen and respond to the community through neighborhood meetings, which you'll see through the next several slides.
Yeah, Dan McGinn, Dick Wells. So here's the original master plan that was developed a few months ago, and I mentioned before, we're now calling option A. Again, our directive was to fit all 13 field operations onto a campus, 12 divisions, and then the fuel island, which we were able to achieve. 6 of those divisions are in the MSO building, which is both 1B and 4 there. The next slide, neighborhood feedback. As I mentioned before, part of the master planning process, really listening to the neighbors, and this is a summary of what we've heard. Proximity to the neighborhood, it seemed tight to them. The overall size of the operation concerned them. They were concerned about unsightly views and noises, light pollution at night. There was concerns about traffic congestion and disruption of the open space that they were kind of used to. Concerns about property value destabilization and odors, site contamination, and hazardous materials. It was, really listening to them that made us on our end kind of sit down and come back with the idea that what if we had a slightly tighter campus that focused our energies on just a few key divisions and tried to alleviate these concerns. So, little context about how option B was developed. It's almost, the more we looked at it, the farmland site is almost feels like a tale of two sites. From the same spot, you look one way and the impression is of a neighborhood and green and trees and grass. From that same spot, you look the other way and the impression is of an industrial site that's in serious need of remediation. So Alex, you can go back one. So this image is looking north, showing the neighborhood and the green space. And you can see that dashed white line. That's the outline of the conditioned vehicle storage that would be part of phase 4 in option A. The next slide, kind of from the same spot, instead of looking north, looking east, and you can kind of see more of an industrial situation there. Again, tale of two sites. So as you'll see in the option B, we looked into reducing the number of divisions on the campus and really locating those key ones that benefit most. Can you go back one, Alex? Sorry. Yeah, locating the key ones on this side of on the site. And then a couple more drone images just kind of give you a sense of this kind of tale of two sites too. So here looking south with the neighborhood on the right, bag building in the foreground, another drone image. So it was really important to the neighborhood to really, they've grown accustomed to that green buffer space with that kind of emergency access road running down it. the last image kind of showing the entrance to the site. Again, you can see the kind of, you can almost draw a dashed line between those two conditions. And I'll turn it over to Aaron to talk a little bit about what we talked to you about last time we were here, that when we had mentioned we were interested in looking into an option B.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Aaron Gaspers, CFS Engineers. So our team was tasked with creating more space, more of a buffer from the neighborhood. So starting with our option A, we explored reducing operations to create more space on site, where we prioritized the MSO building, central maintenance, solid waste, and the fuel island. We relocated the MSO building to the east side of the site. Doing this will preserve the green space to the east of the residential area for a natural buffer. Central maintenance and solid waste will remain in the same locations. Solid waste will have an altered layout, as you will see shortly. And the fuel island will move to the south of central maintenance. HHW, horticulture, forestry, and facilities were removed from the site. We have and will continue to expand on strategies to limit sightlines, sound, and increase biodiversity. We also explored alternate campus entrances. One we explored is the dashed arrow to the bottom right. This would be a road along the drainage way to Venture Park Drive. This option would have added 2,100 to 2,200 linear feet of roadway, removed further area from the lot to the south, and at an additional cost of approximately $1.5 to $2 million. The next option we looked at is the other dashed arrow to the west. While this would have shifted the entrance road east, the site vehicles would have still ended up at 19th and O'Connell, and also we would need further area removed from the lot to the south. The advantage to our recommended drive as shown is it points site vehicles south towards 23rd and O'Connell instead of west towards 19th Street. Our team feels we can more cost effectively install strategies to limit sounds from the neighborhood using berms, walls, landscaping, fencing, etc. on the west side of the entrance road. With that, I'll pass it on to Andrew to further discuss this option.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Andrew Cooper, Authority Architects in St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm going to take a few minutes here to orient you with to option B and explain to you how we move things around and then what some of the neighborhood feedback was when we presented this to them. So as you can see in this particular option, to build on some of what Aaron had described, the fuel island, we did move further to the east and a little bit further south from its previous location. The MSO building, as Aaron described, moves as far east as it can physically go on the buildable area of this particular property, which is now further down the hill from where solid waste and CMG are. CMG does remain essentially in the same location. I think a key that you'll see here located to the west of that is an acoustic wall and berm, which I'll build on in the next slide. And then solid waste, we moved up the hill, but still as far east as we can push that to maintain that critical relationship with central maintenance. And then we've also looked at how we can screen those operations with berming. You can see also on here that we are preserving that open space that is along the west side of the property. On the next slide, so some of the features and considerations for this option, it is a less dense campus. So you can see that simply by going back and forth between the A and B options. There are less projects, less construction projects, less buildings on this particular site. The distance from the property line now to the MSO facility, which is 1B and 4, is well over 1,000 feet. The distance from CMG to the property line is in the 300 to 400 foot range. That large earth berm and sound wall we did add to the west side of CMG as well as to the west side of solid waste to help reduce noise pollution, but also screen activity, daily activity from those facilities. We preserve that open space along the west side. A key to with option B is that there are going to, per our mandate with the master plan process, there are going to need to be some separate strategies needed for the forestry, horticulture, and facilities divisions located at their current locations or off campus at another area. Through our discussions with staff, we feel like there's some good opportunities in those areas. And with this particular plan, some remediation would need to occur before the phase 1 construction. And phase 1 in this instance is 1A and 1B, and I'll get to some of the other considerations that might be in phase 1 as well. We did review this plan with the divisions that are currently located here, with MSO, with solid waste, and with CMG, and I'll build on that towards the end of my little time here on how they received this particular option. On the next slide here, so we presented this plan to the neighborhood, and overwhelmingly this option was preferred over option A. The new berms and sound walls and trees shown to the west side of the solid CMG and solid waste were very important. And some of the feedback we heard is that those need to be really included in the first phase of the project, so that they're very critical to maintain throughout the course of any design phases and as part of any cost analysis for the project. More detailed drawings are going to be needed to really illustrate the heights of the buildings themselves and some of the activities and the appearances. We did do some of that as part of the original master planning project, but we'll need to update those as building geometry has changed and location has changed. Those will just need to be simply updated to address some of the functionality that has been negotiated with MSO and solid waste and CMG on their particular facilities. That west road now that we're showing that runs from the CMG, which is number 2 in this slide, to the north, is simply an emergency use only. It is not meant for anything in terms of operational traffic. And then I think probably the biggest key is that as we move forward in the design process through certain steps, to continue reaching out to the entire neighborhood group with updates that illustrate additional design considerations on the building aesthetics, what the acoustical wall looks like, what the berm looks like, what the final landscaping tends to look like. And that was something that we're very happy to continue doing throughout the process. On the next slide is our kind of preference. And we do really prefer the option B over option A, considering the feedback we got in the excellent dialogue we had at the last neighborhood meeting. Also kind of the reception from MSO staff as CMG staff and solid waste. Really, they thought this was a very good plan. They also didn't want to be right next to the neighbors. So pushing MSO to the far east did make some sense. There is some increased sustainability aspects related to preserving that open space. We're creating distance, so from a environmental quality for not just on site but the neighbors, we are reducing that noise potential impact, but then also creating that open space for just green and beautification. The MSO building is going to be built on flat ground. The one key with that open space, and you can kind of see it where it says open space, there's a lot of contour and a lot of grade change that we were negotiating with in option A. Option B, the entirety of 1B and 4 in this particular plan is all essentially on flat ground. There is a more efficient site operation and building footprint because things are closer together. There's some more organizational relationship that works out very well on this particular plan. The buildings in this case are also shielding from vehicle noise. And then ultimately the primary goal is that this phase one is a lot further from the neighborhood and it allows the landscaping, whether it's the mature existing trees or supplementing that existing landscape buffer along the west property to really mature and create that visual block.
Hey, Andrew, this is Dan McGann with Dake Wells. I was wondering if, Alex, you could toggle just back and forth a couple of times to just kind of show the two. Yeah, just to show the difference between the two, like back and forth. Almost just take option B and those two slides. Yeah, maybe just a couple back and forth, because I know that really helped the neighborhood kind of see. And as Andrew mentioned, you can see the central maintenance garage kind of stays where it is. And then we were able to shift the other pieces around.
Just curious, what is the, on option B, you've taken a little bit of land from the industrial parcel and you have like a square parking lot and then like a line. What is that back there, down there in the corner?
So currently down in that corner of the property is the what is called the bulk warehouse, and that's where the city's salt storage is currently at. So utilizing that as part of this property, and then putting some of those other site support areas, whether it's bulk storage of materials or kind of workspace.
Okay, thanks.
Where is your exit road? I know you got on the west side there. That's supposed to be for emergencies. Is there another road access?
Andrew Cooper from Martel Architects. Sorry, I didn't do that last time. Our primary access is entirely at the 19th and O'Connell, and as Aaron described, with that north-south orientation, it's directing all traffic due south. The drive I was referring to, Commissioner, that is emergency only, is coming off that northwest corner of the lot by building number 2 there.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Thank you.
That's good, Alex.
Okay, project schedule. The schedule is currently set up for each phase to be constructed consecutively instead of concurrently to spread out the costs over multiple years and limit how many field operations divisions are relocating at one time. The phasing is prioritized based on operational need and adjacencies, basically referring back to that table that Dan showed with the red and the pink and the white boxes. So for example, based on the flooding concerns at 11th and Haskell, the fuel island really must be part of phase 1. The schedule is dependent on the farmland remediation project and KDHE approval of a new remediation plan, which includes capping from the field operations campus buildings and pavement. Trevor referred to that earlier in the Connected City presentation. We've had preliminary meetings with KDHE on requirements to revise the remediation documents, and we're making sure to include capping as one of the strategies. Just on here, let's see, so we're at the dashed red line right now. We're getting ready to start the planning and entitlements, which would be development plans, rezoning, any sort of associated documents with that. Those documents would have, the berms and the walls and things like that would memorialize those features so that we would have to construct those. I know one of the concerns from the neighborhood is that we say that we'll put those on the site and construct those, and then we won't. So if we show those in those plans, then we'll have to follow those plans. The next time we would be probably coming back for an update would be towards the end of planning entitlements and schematic design. A lot of those documents do require planning commission approval and as well as city commission approval. Prior to that, we'd have a public meeting again, and then we'd be able to report to the planning commission and city commission what we heard during those meetings. Next slide. So this slide has the CIP funding and expenditures. Project funding and expenditures were entered into OpenGov to determine the annual funding requirements for the CIP. This chart shows projected funding in green, design costs in gray, and construction costs in yellow for each phase of the project and for each year. While this chart doesn't include specific funding types, the project generally will require general obligation and revenue bond funding. We will continue to evaluate funding and phasing options for the project, including bond capacity and the impact on utility rates. I mentioned before, coordinating funding with the Farmland Remediation Project, seeking grants for redevelopment of the remediation site, which could help offset some of these costs. And then, as we're going through schematic design, reducing scope and value engineering of each project phase as needed, and then deferring project phases until funding is available. Next slide. So next steps, while we're not requesting a specific action item tonight, we are seeking input on the options we presented, and option B, which is preferred by the neighborhood and the design team. We feel this layout meets the operational needs of the divisions with the most critical issues and addresses many of the concerns we've heard during previous neighborhood meetings. The next steps will be to proceed with planning entitlement documents and schematic design for phases 1 and 2, as I showed on the schedule slide. And then as part of schematic design, the team will develop more accurate cost estimates for the project that we can use to update the CIP. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead. I got a couple here. So when will we get to see the detailed or the costs? You're going to redo the costs. I understand that. When are we going to get to see what those are specifically, and what funds those are going to come out of, and how they're going to be paid for? I know we're talking about bonding, but what funds are those going to come out of, and how does that impact our ability to bond projects going forward that on infrastructure?
This is Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager. So in OpenGov, we did enter those, or I entered those based on the project specific to the funds. So there's significant utility revenue bond portion for the MSO building, because it would have water, wastewater in there. There's phase 3, which is solid waste, would impact those rates. Phase 2 CMG, there's some discussion on how that would be funded, if it's kind of based on the ratio of service orders or hours spent on each department, or if it's general obligation fund, and then it's spread across the general fund. So that's still to be determined with that. But for example, I think solid waste is about 40% of the hours associated with work orders for CMG. But that doesn't necessarily mean that 40% of the funding would have to be associated with solid waste. So it is in OpenGov that way, but that will be updated.
Okay. So you had indicated that this would impact utility rates. So I'm assuming that's going to make them go up. Given the fact that we've been really updating our utility rates pretty significantly in the past several years at a pretty good clip, are you indicating that that's even going to start raising the utility rates even more above what we've been doing?
Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager. That's part of the scoring for OpenGov is looking at how that also fits in the rate model and what we have for the rates over the next 5 years. And so, I think there will have to be some prioritization of projects. And if at this time, it's not necessarily raising the rates more than what is projected. It's just, are there some projects that have to be delayed? Some other projects, if they score lower in OpenGov, then that determination will have to be made.
But just to follow up on that question, some of these numbers are already in our rate model, correct? I mean, our CIP included some of these models. We've had them in the CIP for a while. This is not like we're adding something brand new we've never seen before into the rate model, correct?
That's correct. Yes. The CIP funding for this project has changed over time, but that's correct on that.
Any other questions? I did want to make sure I thought I had myself oriented on this map, and then something you said in response to Vice Mayor's question confused me. So I just want to make sure the road, either of the roads, neither of them would be 19th and O'Connell. That is not a road you are intending to use for regular truck traffic. Is that correct?
The access will be at 19th and O'Connell, but it will direct traffic south to 23rd and O'Connell. 19th Street is not a truck route, and so the only vehicles on 19th Street will be for local service on 19th Street there. But that is the primary access at 19th and O'Connell. The access to the north to 15th Street is only for emergency vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Let's go ahead then and see if there's any public comment on this.
I'm Joe Taylor. My husband and I live on Genesee Street, and on one of the maps, there's a football-shaped neighborhood. We live at the northeast top of that football. And somewhere I found in the city literature that this area of Lawrence is one of the most culturally, racially, and economically diverse neighborhoods in Lawrence. And we love living there, I have to tell you that. And we are very appreciative of the city and the architect's responsiveness to our neighborhood concerns. We have had good turnouts and our neighbors have expressed their concerns. We would like we would have loved to have that road moved more to the east than they have moved it. But in all fairness, I have to say it will not really affect me. It will affect some 300 to 400 people who live in the mobile homes, much more than it will affect people who live further north. We would also like assurance throughout that the measures that have been proposed to reduce sightline, noise, fumes will work. We would hate to get to the end of the project and say, it's noisy, but we don't have any more money. So that is an ongoing concern for us. We would also appreciate, as the city engineer has noted, that they will keep in contact with the neighborhood and will keep informing us of the progress as they make it, and that they will listen and be as responsive as they have in the past. Thank you.
Hi, Phil Englehart, my wife Peggy. You all are in budget season, fast approaching. We wanted to take our 3 minutes, make some comments on this particular capital project. We think it's a really excellent example to illustrate some of the difficult problems and decisions that you'll face as you try to reconcile the notion of fiscal stewardship and principles of equity with a really ambitious slate of debt financed projects that are put before you in the form of the recommended CIP. First slide, please. I need.
Oh, you want?
Yeah. So
okay.
Please.
I need some help. I don't know what I'm looking
under public under attachment.
Last.
I was told I had to present it as PDF.
Yeah.
Sorry, Porter, I wasn't aware that he wanted it shown during the.
Hang on just a second. Right here. Yes.
Oh, no. No. Keep going down.
On the agenda item.
Under the regular. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And then it's all
the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
And that didn't come out very well, but this is from the 22 to 26 CIP, shows the funding sources or the funds by year. What you see there, geo debt top line, the other three are enterprise. Okay. You see the yearly totals, 31 million, 2021. The construction estimate at that time was 64. So you only had 48% of the funding 2021 identified. And much of that, 53% of that, was going to be in terms of enterprise funding, which translates directly into charges for service. Okay, we've been raising rates. We're going to need to continue to raise rates, need to be thinking about that. We believe that, and I talk to people all the time, you know, we believe that we have equity problems when you're unduly burdening low, moderate, and fixed income people. Next slide, please. This is Andy's presentation here. If there is a relevant point, and I know all numbers are squishy, okay? But if you compare last year's phase 1, phase 2 numbers to this year's phase 1, phase 2, 14% increase. Okay, not surprising given everything else. Already talking about, you know, the stuff under number 2. I won't beat you up on that. Go back to my next slide, please. Yeah, again, you know, bottom line, you all have seen this a couple times. I continue to show it, you know, and I'll continue to update it and show it and bother you. New debt normal by 2026, 60% more per capita. Okay. Where's it going to come from? Okay. How much of that's going to be, you know, charges for service? How much of it's going to be property tax increases? These are tough decisions. I certainly don't have any answers, but you all need to face them as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Is there someone else? I see people. Oh, good.
Sharon Davis. I live in the neighborhood of 17th and Genesee. And when this was first proposed, it was overwhelming. It was like, we have a wonderful, quiet neighborhood. Nobody really knows it's there. Lots of wildlife, a diverse group of incomes and ages, ethnic groups, families, just a really nice neighborhood. And the first plan was devastating. And I do appreciate the team listening to us and taking into account all of our concerns. And they did a much better job in the second phase, the Plan B. It moved most of that noise as far away as they could and still use this land. And especially for our neighborhood, it was a vast improvement. I do have concerns for the people in the mobile village. It's very close to them, but there are some measures in place to try to help them out. I think there's probably a great need for some of this, but the cost is going to be great. And I too am concerned about what that will do to our utilities, energy cost. I had not heard that before about a possible cost in energies. And I know you all take it very seriously, what happens in the city, and I appreciate it. And I think there is opportunity to work through this and make it good for everybody. One concern I would have is the access road that's only for emergency that runs along the west edge. It currently is used quite a bit for construction that goes on over in Venture Park. And I would like to see that that road is not used for construction during the building phase of this, because that'll be a long time of construction and a lot of vehicles. It's not a safe place for heavy duty traffic to enter and exit on 15th Street. There's hills, there's the railroad track there. That would be a concern I would really like to have addressed before this is finalized. I appreciate your time and thank you to the team once again for listening to us and redesigning and coming up with a more workable plan. And I wish you all luck in deciding what to do. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Hallman, Vice President of the Brook Creek Neighborhood Association. Basically, we're in favor of Plan B. We very much appreciate the citizen engagement process that has taken place. Mr. Enns has been exemplary in how he's conducted that engagement process. Unlike a very few other people in MSO sometimes that aren't quite so engaging. But we very much appreciate how they made it very clear and transparent, how they conducted their meetings, gathered information, and they were responsive to the neighborhood. So the neighborhood association likes Plan B. We defer to the neighbors, our neighbors who are immediately across the fence line. Their concerns supersede what the neighborhood association, but we're pretty much in agreement. We definitely like that they've moved the facilities farther east. That will deal very much with the sound and fumes issues of that sort. We are concerned, however, that they're putting in berms and sound walls that will deal with lighting as well, in theory, but they don't know the design at this point until they do acoustic studies and such. So we would like to make sure that when it is constructed, that there are opportunities for the sound wall to be extended farther taller, so that there's flexibility in design. We're very grateful that the city commission and in general agreed that it's important to move this facility from 11th and Haskell. Brook Creek neighborhood has had to contend with that facility there for almost 50 years now, almost half a century. Commissioner Littlejohn may be interested to know that originally that was proposed to be in Pinckney neighborhood, where the north of the water treatment plant. But Pinckney was more organized. Brook Creek wasn't organized at that time, and so they put it in our neighborhood. We don't want to go from bad to worse, though. We just want to make sure this is done well. One concern we still have is that the road access connecting to O'Connell Road, if they extend it south, as one of the options showed, it would connect to O'Connell south of 19th Street, which would pretty much physically assure that there wouldn't be traffic on 19th. So we like this. We appreciate all they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further comment on this item in the room? That's everybody. Is there anyone online who would like to make comment on this item?
There's no comment, Mayor.
Great. Let's bring it back to the commission. Any comments or further questions?
I like option B. I agree with everyone. I really appreciate city staff and myself working with the neighborhood and fully engaging them in the process, continuing that engagement so that that option could become available.
Any other comments?
Well
Thank you.
Well, it doesn't looks like we have some next steps here, but not any particular direction. So let's just thank staff one more time for their good job, and well, everyone who's worked on this. We really appreciate what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
You guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
That brings us to commission items. Are there any commission items this evening?
I have a quick commissioner item. I want to take a point of personal privilege. USC has a fellows program. It's the Leonard D. Schaefer Fellows in Government Service Program. And we have a Lawrence native, a Free State native, who was chosen to participate in that program this summer. And that's Yoav Giloff. He's here. I won't make him stand. We'll just have Kurt put him on TV for a little bit. But Yoav reached out to me, and so I have him for this summer, and he's going to be doing some policy research work on budgets. And I don't want to tell your story. I'll let you tell your story. But so he's going to be doing some policy research work around municipal budgets, economic development, and forms of government. So I'll be pinging some city staff. So be nice to my intern. But y'all, did you want to stand and say anything? Not to put you on the spot.
So thank you for that introduction, Amber. Really excited to work with you guys this summer. Yoav, like you touched on, I'm Lawrence native. I've lived here my whole life. I went to Free State. Now I'm at the University of Southern California studying political economy with a minor in public policy and law. And yeah, I'm just really excited to kind of dive into local government. I think it's kind of neglected these days nationally. So thought, why not? Might as well. Looking forward to a great summer.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks, Commissioner. Anything else? Okay. That brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just three items. One is the sales tax report, which generally is showing good trend, which we've been excited and grateful to see. The other is our constantly evolving plan of future agenda items and work sessions. Not as much change this time as we've seen in the past, but we've got a lot on the agenda that we'll be working to make sure that we prioritize and get in front of you. The budget is approaching, and that will be plenty of meeting time as well. Lastly, just highlighting with our new chief, and we'll keep calling him new for a while. He has done some assessment and some reorganization, and really excited to announce the promotion of two deputy chiefs, a new position, but Deputy Chief Brixius and Deputy Chief Heffley both were promoted to both who served as interim chiefs during before his arrival, and the office of the chief has promoted a a position for Executive Officer of Diversity and Community Engagement, and that's Lieutenant Myron Grady, and that will be part of direct report to the Office of the Chief, which I think all three of these are really exciting announcements, and we wanted to share this with you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Any questions? This is a public comment item. Are there any public comments on the city manager's report? Is there anyone online who would like to make a public comment on the city manager's report?
There's no comment.
Okay, great. That brings us to the calendar. Is there any changes or things we need to bring attention to on our calendar? Sounds like a no. I would entertain any motions.
Move to adjourn. Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thanks, everyone.